It's another election night. Oh my gosh. We are here to bring you some live election primary coverage with a California focus tonight. We got LA mayor and California governor primaries. How about that? So we're going to talk about this. By the way, just as I mentioned earlier, Decision Desk HQ says that they think it could take days or weeks to figure out in the governor primary who is going to be the top two. So we're looking for the top two in each. There's going to be a runoff. Mouth of the Sailor thinks Pratt will win. I mean, if you think he's going to win the LA mayor, the whole thing, not just the primary, I mean, that would be a huge upset because LA is pretty Democratic, pretty Democrat leaning, but we'll have to see. So we're going to bring you updates on that. We're going to talk about some others. So we'll talk about some of the other races. We're going to take your comments on the air. Hey, I also want to, one of our viewers said the LA mayor race got me interested. Was it Michelle Batten? I can't see. It flew by. Michelle something. Baby Milk says, I'm in LA and can't stand Karen Bass. Smedley says, this is the first election I voted in since the Reagan years. Actually looked up every candidate, the whole thing. Still don't know why this time. I'm glad you voted. I think it's good when people vote. Let's see here. So we're gonna bring you updates. The polls close in 1 hour and 9 minutes. Also, we're gonna talk about some of the other races. Also, I just saw this coming on the air. I just saw here that Dylan Byers reported that CBS News has fired Scott Pelley from 60 Minutes. For those who are 60 Minutes fans. So that there was apparently some meeting, meeting between Pelley and the new boss of 60 Minutes that didn't go very well. And it's being reported that, again, Dylan Byers reports that they have fired Scott Pelley. Yes, Variety is reporting it as well. Variety says 60 Minutes has terminated Scott Pelley after the journalists and executives felt they could not find a way to work together. So we'll discuss that a bit. All right, but we'll start by talking about the elections. We're going to give you a little backstory on the elections too. All right, so let's get into this. We have our Decision Desk HQ, DDHQ Votes beta platform we're looking at, which you can find at votes.decisiondeskhq.com. So there's a bunch of candidates. There's 11 more candidates here for LA mayor, but it is believed that the top three are going to be, oopsie, what did I do here? The top three will be, what am I even doing? What did I do? Something or other. Why can't I get the mayor? Why can't I get the votes back? Where are the votes? Hold on, I gotta refresh this. There we go. The top three for mayor are the incumbent Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt, who originally became known as a reality TV star, and Nithya Raman, a city councilor. And those are expected to be the three top vote getters. And the the top two will go to the runoff. And you can see here, this is the DDHQ polling average. Looks like to me. Published polls. Oh, hold on. Let me zoom down here. This is not, there we go. So the blue is Bass. So in the recent polling, I mean, I'll just show you here. Go down a little bit here. Published polls. Well, I don't want to go to that, but why can't I just see the result? Why can't I see the result here? If you look at the polling average, sorry, you can see the top line, the blue line, is Bass. And she's been polling, they have her at an average of, they say her polling average is 26.4. They say Spencer Pratt's is 18.4. And Nithya Raman's is 15.9. And in the latest poll, I don't know why I can't see it here, but in the latest poll, hold on. The Public Sentiment Institute poll. Yes, there was a poll done. There was a poll done by Public Sentiment Institute recently. That's the last one they have listed, and that has Karen Bass at 29.7%, Spencer Pratt at 15.2%, and Nithya Raman at 7.2%. That was done just a few days ago. But anyways, the primary, again, just to show you again, this is the polling average according to DDHQ right there. But that's not vote count. That's just polling average. So Bass 1, Pratt 2, Raman 3. The top two will go to the, and Bass is an incumbent mayor. The top two will go to the runoff. I'm going to give you, we're going to give you a little background because I know not everybody's familiar with these races. And then just to show you the governor's race, we're going to give you some comments. I'm going to take some comments. We're going to give you some background on this. Winter Dow says, I can't believe Bass is running again and that people will vote for her. Blake says they don't like Pratt simply because he is white. Is that true, Blake? That's what Blake says. Wow. Adeline Starr supports Spencer Pratt. The Knights Palace is going to be interesting. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Jeff TE88, Jeff TE88 PFCR. That's really nice of you, Jeff. Jeff says, should be an interesting weeknight month. I also want to thank our viewer, Nikos Kostianis. Thanks, viewer, Nikos, for being a member. Thanks so much to Stacy TW79 for your support. To Jason D in California, who's in California. Jason, Jessica, and Ava, thank you. Also, Ann Ryan, who says this will go to a runoff. Bass will be laughing stock after World Cup comes and goes sightseeing in LA. That's what Ann Ryan thinks. Hang on a second here. Yes, the general election is Tuesday, November 3rd. The primary, now, technically speaking, with the mayor primary, if somebody gets a majority of the vote, then there won't be a runoff. But it is not expected that anybody will get the majority of the vote. So we're expecting that nobody will get above 50% and that we will have two candidates. And just so people are aware, Bass and Raman are Democrats, and Spencer Pratt is a Republican. Although I want to say that it's a nonpartisan primary, so I don't think they run at. I don't think they're on. I don't. I actually would have to look at the ballot, but it's not a Democratic and Republican primary. It's just a. They call the term is jungle primary, but like anyone can run from any party. They don't separate up into different parties, and everybody votes in the same primary. But we'll give you a little more background on this. Let's just quickly. So we'll come back to the mayor race. I just want to quickly go over the governor's race. So the governor's race got really. By the way, there's three who are expected. There's look at this, 58 more candidates, but there's really three who are expected to vie for the top two spots. Xavier Becerra, Tom Steyer, and Steve Hilton. So they're expected to be the top three, with Xavier Becerra, who's been polling the best. So we're going to talk about this too. Do they have the polling average here? Let's see. Talk about this. Why can't I get back up there? All right, there's something going on with this. I don't know why it's like this. I saw this happens and I can't get back up to the top of the page. All right, I gotta talk to I'm having some issues with the site, so I gotta refresh the site. I'll talk to DDHQ votes. Why is this happening? Where is it? Where's the people? Where's the people? Can't even find the people. Just had the big map. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on here. All right, hold on. I got to figure this out. Can't figure it out. It's ridiculous. Where's the people? My gosh. Can't even find the people. All I can see is the map. I got the people back. I got breaking news. I got the people back. Okay. Where's polling? There, polling. So polling average. I don't know how they figure out this average, but the polling average, according to, because with a polling average, you want to, I mean, you don't just want to, if I'm more interested in what they're polling lately. But it looks like the polling average is pretty close to what it was a week ago. So they have Becerra at 24.4%, Steve Hilton at 23.4%. I think Trump endorsed Hilton, if I have that right, and Tom Steyer at 18.4%. So we'll talk about both these races. I want to show you some background about these races. Because I know not everybody is up to date on them. So we'll talk about it. Frank Fortina says Hilton Pratt will be a win for California. Those would both be upsets. California and LA are both quite Democratic leaning. Now, Angela Ellerbach O'Brien thinks that Steve Hilton won't make it and Chad Bianco will end up taking it. He's been fourth, I believe, Chad Bianco. Yeah, you can see there. This is the polling average, not the votes in. He's at around 10% in the polls. Katie Porter, she's at about 7%. Oh, but this race got really changed when Katie Porter she was a former representative, House of Representatives member from California. But this race got really changed when Eric Swalwell, who was one of the favorites, pulled out of the race. If you look right here, hold on. You can see Eric Swalwell. He resigned from Congress in 2016. You can see here, Swalwell was accused of sexual misconduct in April 2026, leading him to suspend his candidacy in the governor's race, which really changed the race, though he continued to deny any wrongdoing. And he resigned from Congress. So let's talk about some background with these races a bit. We only have 56 minutes until the polls close. Only 56 minutes. Gary Bain says he was a bad boy. By the way, I want to give let's read a couple more comments, and then I just want to give a little background on this stuff. Our viewer, Sim Nasty Scream, says T-minus 56 minutes. Julia B says Pratt is running as an independent officially. Dulce Vendetta says we need a Republican as governor for God's sake. Douglas Duran says there are other polls that have Steve Hilton and Chad leading 1 and 2. Callie Voltaire says, too bad we won't know for a week from now. Yeah, it could take a while to know about the governor stuff, definitely. Let me take a peek here. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, what I'm going to do is let's get some background here so we can get get everybody caught up on these races that we're going to be covering. All right, so I'm going to show you, I'm going to read you something from Decision Desk HQ. Okay, Decision Desk HQ, who I'm also getting the data from. They say 15 challengers are in the race technically, although I guess there's 14 total on this here. Anyways, 15 challengers are in the race to unseat incumbent mayor Karen Bass, whose approval ratings are upside down, and her approval ratings are hovering in the 20s. However, presumably stronger candidates, such as 2022 runners-up Rick Caruso and the LA County Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath, hold on, they did not run. People like Rick Caruso and Lindsay Horvath, allowing Bass to enter the primary as the favorite for re-election despite her poor approval numbers. The rules are that if nobody gets more than 50%, we go to the runoff with the top two. Decision Desk HQ says, given Bass's low approval numbers, the large field of challengers, and the fact that she has struggled to hit anywhere near 50% or even 40% in any polling, the odds of an outright Bass win seem minimal. However, her status as the incumbent, the split field, and her lead in primary polls mean she is the favorite to get at least one of the two runoff spots. The battle for the second runoff spot looks to be largely between reality TV personality Spencer Pratt and city councilor Nithya Raman. They are running in largely opposite directions, with Spencer Pratt trying to consolidate the right-leaning populist vote, while Raman is trying to consolidate the vote to Bass's left, says DDHQ. Former tech executive Adam Miller is running as a left-leaning moderate and is the strongest fundraiser in the field, but appears to have been squeezed out by the mainstream conversation surrounding this race and does not appear to be in the top tier of challengers with Pratt and Raman in any of the polling. So again, it is expected that the top three will be Bass, Pratt, and Raman. DDHQ says, given that much of the media attention in this race has centered on the rise of Spencer Pratt, By the way, I saw Fox News talking a bunch about Spencer Pratt. I was watching Fox News a couple hours ago and they were talking about Spencer Pratt. Given that much of the media attention in this race has centered on the rise of Pratt, his significant fundraising advantage over Raman, and the fact that he is the only major right-leaning candidate in Los Angeles, that's where President Trump received 26% of the vote in Los Angeles, the fundamentals would favor his advancing to the runoff alongside Bass. What they're saying is, well, President Trump got 26% of the vote in Los Angeles. But if most of the people who lean to the right in Los Angeles, even though it's not a majority of Los Angeles, if pretty much all of them vote for Pratt because there's no one else who they really see as anybody they like in the field, then that could be enough for Pratt to move to round two. Raman has been close in recent polls. They say the most recent Emerson College poll showed Raman and Pratt tied at 23%. When undecideds were forced to choose a candidate, in that poll, Bass had 35%. If we see a surge in election day Democratic turnout that's facilitated by the heated governor's race at the top of the ticket, there exists a path for Raman to secure the second runoff spot instead of Pratt. So the thinking here is that basically Bass is going to be, I would say the conventional thinking is that Bass is going to have the most votes, and then Pratt and Raman will be competing to see who's second. And the question will be, do we have Bass and Raman, two more left-leaning candidates running in the runoff, or do we have Bass and Pratt, a left-leaning and right-leaning candidate running in the runoff in November? That's a little summary of what's going on. So in 49 minutes, we'll start getting the returns in. Now, I have to admit something I don't know is I do know that DDHQ mentioned that in California as a whole, the governor's race, it could take days or weeks. We'll mention more about this, to count the votes in the governor race. So we might not really have a good idea. Because LA is not California as a whole, I don't know how fast those are going to get counted. I'm going to have to look that up and see if I can find more on that. Jammy, let's see here. Jammy's 56 thinks Bass needs to go. Pi Squared thinks we'll find out in 3 weeks. L.R. Hernandez says the cities that support Pratt cannot vote for him because they aren't an LA city, they're in their own city. I think what you're saying is you think that there are cities around LA where more people would support Pratt, but they're not in LA City. So they can't vote in the mayor race, it sounds like you're saying. USA thinks it'll take 2 weeks to count the vote. Give me a second here. Yeah, so actually, let me mention this. Hold on a second here. I can tell you this. What is happening here? Give me 1 second. I just saw an article about it. Yes, according to the LA Times says it's very likely that the governor and mayoral primaries will not be called tonight. Okay? They say California, and particularly LA County, is notorious for slow election counts. As to why it takes so long, factors the LA Times cites are there are many ways you can vote in California. There is so a lot of people vote by mail, and the mail-in ballots have to be inspected and have signatures verified. Also, something else to point out, ballots are accepted for up to 7 days after the election if they are postmarked on or before Election Day. Let me say this again. Ballots are accepted as long as they're postmarked on or before Election Day. They are accepted up to 7 days after. So that can, now, obviously, if there's enough distance between the candidates, then it could maybe get protected earlier. But in a closer race, those could make the difference. Also something else interesting, and I think DDHQ was saying this as well as the LA Times, pointing out that these are close races, and the governor's race, one of the favorites, Eric Swalwell, what was it, a month or two ago, left the race, and people might not be sure who they're voting for, and that could make people vote later and turn out later and send in their votes later if they're not sure who they're going to vote for. So the more people voting later, the slower the count could be. That's a whole other thing. Also, I want to emphasize this. It's actually quite important. LA Times and Decision Desk HQ talk about this. They believe that the initial results are gonna lean more Republican. But I'm going to talk about that. So they expect a more Democratic voter base in terms of percentage as you get closer to Election Day and voting later. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But the LA Times said they talked to several experts who thought that neither runoff for governor or mayor will be confirmed by the end of the night, but there could be a clear front runner. I'm going to mention something else about that as well. Hold on. There was something I saw today from DDHQ about this. That's not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Okay. Okay, this I want to mention in a second something from DDHQ about when the votes, like the counting, and also the breakdown of the early counted votes versus the later counted votes. Let me take some comments though. Newbud says voting goes on for another 44 minutes. That is true. 43 minutes until the polls close. Conquistadorian says tracked my ballot. They got it May 12th, but when is it counted? By the way, is everybody sent in California? Is everybody sent a mail ballot, I believe? Let's see here. In California, any registered voter may vote by using a mail-in ballot. But you can also vote in person, by the way. Wait, I think you can vote in person too. Hold on a second here. I'm looking this here. I'm not sure if everybody sent one or not. I have to look this up. Ballotpedia says in California, voting is one of these states where they conduct all mail voting, which is Voting is conducted primarily by mail, and all eligible voters receive a valid ballot by default. That is according to Ballotpedia. There are also in-person voting booths there, but again, and you can either mail in your ballot in California or you could drop it at a drop box. Okay, so just to be clear, Blake can't believe that it could take numerous days to count the ballots there. Oh, no, Blake talked about 7 days. Again, mail-in ballots are accepted as long as they're postmarked by Election Day if they arrive within 7 days after. Celeste Granillo says, I voted today in person. I surrendered my mail-in ballot and asked for a paper one. Oh, is that how it works? That makes sense. I did that once where I voted in person, where I'd been sent a mail-in ballot, and they said you can vote in person, but then they take your mail-in ballot and they destroy it. So because they don't want you. I believe that's what happened, because they don't want you voting in mail and then voting in person. So I know when I did it, I had to hand in my mail-in ballot before they let me vote in person. That was a couple years ago in Massachusetts, I believe. But I had to request the mail-in ballot, I think, for that election. I thought I was going to be away, and I wasn't away. Anyways. Okay. Let's see here. Band Me says, I put my mail-in ballot in the box in the lobby of the voting center. Callie said they never asked me for my mail-in ballot. I don't know how they do it in California. So I'm sure if they don't, they have some provision for finding out whether you sent it in or not. But I know this is just my experience where I was in Massachusetts a couple of years ago. That's how they did it in that vote. Okay. Yes, Frank McLeod says your voter ID only gets counted once, regardless of whether or not you mail it in. No voting twice, simple system. Yeah, I'm sure they have some sort of provision for that. All right, I want to talk about this, give you a little background. We're going to talk about the governor's race too, but I think this is important. So here's some information from Decision Desk HQ on the timing of the counting, and also how the early returns might be different from the final returns. So this is from Decision Desk HQ. They say, but before I do that, I just want to thank our moderators for being here again. I really appreciate our moderators being here. We have Ruth is here. Haley Girl is here, moderating over on YouTube. Thank you so much. Also, we have over on Twitch moderating, the Bears, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X, and also our Facebook moderators. Big thank you. Hang on a second here. Our Facebook moderators, once, regardless of whether or not you mail it in, no voting twice. We have Kay Lowry Body and Michael Fergal are moderating there. Thank you so much. And also a quick thank you to Mick Bridges for subscribing on Twitch. Also Loki 1988A for the gift memberships. Thanks, Loki. Thanks, Cosmic Brownie 76. Thank you. Thanks also Crypto King. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Thanks, Wes Downer and Himster, our members. Wes Downer says, go Spencer. Thanks, Jet Souls Forever and Tim M6. Okay, so here is something from Decision Desk HQ about the timing of the count and how the early counted votes might be different than the others. Okay. Decision Desk HQ says, using our data on the partisan makeup of early and mail voters, vote by mail voters, we can see a key pattern in the return ballots. I'm actually going to put this on the screen for you. Let me put this on the screen because I think it's important. So this is from DDHQ. Using votes data of DDHQ votes as data on the partisan makeup of early and mail voters, we can see a key pattern in returned ballots that seems likely to make initial returns look more Republican than the final results will be. That's because the competitive gubernatorial race clearly led many registered Democrats to wait until the last minute to vote. Consider the most recent party makeup of submitted ballots. Up through Friday, May 29th, 46.8% of all returned ballots came from Democrats, compared with 32.8% from Republicans, a 14-point gap. The remainder came from unaffiliated or minor party voters. But the close to 700,000 returned ballots since May 29th were then 50.4 Democratic and 29.3 Republicans, a 21-point gap. This suggests that later arriving and therefore later counted ballots are likely to be more Democratic. Okay? So what they're saying is that it appears for this race that the early counted votes are going to skew more Republican than the later counted votes will. So you should keep that in mind when seeing the initial results tonight. Rigel says, AKA hockey stick incoming. Okay. And then they also say, in California's 2022 and 2024 statewide primaries, right around half of all voters were Democrats. Even if the primary electorate in 2026 has a larger share of Republicans, it is unlikely to differ dramatically from those recent elections. So the overall party breakdown through Monday, which was 47% Democratic, 32% Republican, also hints that the remaining votes will be even more disproportionately Democratic. Also, more broadly, California is an almost entirely vote-by-mail state that always takes a long time to count all of its votes. As a result, expect few projections on election night in contests that are remotely competitive. For instance, it may be many days or even a couple of weeks before we know who advanced out of the gubernatorial primary, the primary for governor. Oh my gosh. So something to keep in mind. Chuggin Diesel says, what a joke. Mark thinks independents will decide who wins. All right, hold on a moment here. All right, so we shouldn't, don't be surprised if we don't get a projection in these races tonight. Although you may be able to tell something. Even if there's no final projection, maybe we'll have a decent idea. We'll have to see. All right, give me a moment here. Give me one moment here. We're going to talk about the governor race too. Give me one more second. Give me one more second. Hold on. I need to do one thing real quick. Okay. All right. Richard Maberly says, wow, as long as 2 weeks to know the winner of the voting. Patrick Morrissey thinks California is a dumpster final. Sorry, dumpster fire, not a dumpster final. A dumpster fire. Our viewer Wildfire Equestrian says, go Spencer. Motor Breath thinks California always manufactures votes once the election is over, and that's why it stays blue. Callie Voltaire, who lives in California, says California's like none other. Thanks, Joshua Doss, for your support. Joshua Doss says, oh yeah, that doesn't sound fraudulent at all. Thanks, Jesus UCSB, who says, vote Becerra. We got to talk about the governor's race now. Let's talk about this a little bit. For people who haven't been following the race. Okay. So let me just show, I want to go to the results. There's results. So here's something about the race from, I'm going to read you a preview from Decision Desk HQ about the governor race, okay? So here's a little from about this race from Decision Desk HQ. With Governor Gavin Newsom term limited, California's 2026 gubernatorial race is wide open. Nearly 60 candidates have qualified for the ballot, but only a handful have any meaningful chance of advancing in the top two. While California is a heavily Democratic state, Republicans have not won a statewide race in California since 2006. The fragmented Democratic field has raised the genuine possibility that, in theory at least, 2 Republicans could advance to the general election. On the Democratic side, although that's not projected to happen right now, on the Democratic side, the race's trajectory was dramatically altered when Representative Eric Swalwell's campaign collapsed amid allegations of sexual harassment and assault, upending the wide-open contest and leaving Democrats without a clear frontrunner for much of the cycle. The vacuum was filled with Xavier Becerra, the former U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary, who had previously been, and also a longtime California politician, who had previously been lingering in the lower tier of candidates before surging in May polls. Becerra holds an advantage despite mounting attacks against him, with Democratic voters appearing to consolidate behind him and billionaire Tom Steyer, who I believe I read that Tom Steyer has spent more than $200 million of his own money on this race. I think that's what I read earlier. In the most recent Emerson College poll, Becerra leads the field at 19%. Followed by Hilton and Steyer at 17% each, with Katie Porter at 10% and San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan at 8%. Now, this is this thing I'm reading is I think about a week or two old. It says Steyer, a former hedge fund manager and Democratic activist, has donated a record $193 million to his own campaign, and has used that financial firepower to mount a sustained attack on Xavier Becerra. Katie Porter, once a frontrunner, has faded considerably. To the left, State Superintendent of Public Instruction Tony Thurmond is the only contender who supports a proposed one-time tax on billionaires' assets to backfill federal Medi-Cal cuts. The former Los Angeles Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa remains in the race despite polling in low single digits. On the Republican side, former Fox News commentator Steve Hilton, former Fox News commentator, has maintained a steady lead in the GOP field and received a boost after President Trump endorsed him in early April. Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco is the other significant Republican in the race, running on a platform of tax cuts, deregulation, and public safety, although he polls somewhat behind Hilton. And what I can show you here is, where is it? You can see on this polling map polling chart from DDHQ. The blue line is, here's at the end it says, so the blue line is Becerra. So currently, if you look at that, it says May 27th. I think that's polling. I don't know if that's by week or the average. I have to clarify that. But they have Becerra at 24.7 on May 27th, and Steve Hilton at 23.5, and Tom Steyer at 17.5, and Chad Bianco at 10.7. So Bianco and Hilton would be the Republicans. Tom Steyer and Becerra and Katie Porter, all Democrats. So there was a concern among Democrats when earlier in this race that there were so many people running that the Democrats were going to split all the Democrat votes, and that you could have the top two finishers be Republicans and then no Democrats would be in the runoff. It doesn't look like that's going to happen now, although you never know. Because right now, Becerra and Steyer are Democrats. And you can see they're 1 and 3. But in the polling, but that blue line there, look at that blue line. That light blue line is Becerra. And he has really taken off in May after Swalwell pulled out of the race. But you can see, I mean, back here on April 15th, Becerra was at 6%. DDHQ says the defining dynamic of this race is who the top two finishers will be. The most likely scenario is that Steve Hilton, they think the most likely scenario is that Steve Hilton, the Republican, and Xavier Becerra, the Democrat, finish first and second, though a Hilton, Steyer, or a two Democrat finish remains possible. Becerra appears favored among the Democratic candidates because Swalwell's exit propelled Becerra into the consolidation role that the fragmented field needed, and because progressive voters have not sufficiently unified by any single left-wing alternative. That said, Steyer's extraordinary funding. They say that Steyer is at $213 million of fundraising, and he's put $193 million of his own into the race, they say. His extraordinary fundraising, self-funding, makes him a persistent threat to finish second among Democrats, and the race remains genuinely close enough that no outcome should be taken for granted heading to primary day. And look at this. This is from DDHQ. Look at the fundraising summary in this primary. Becerra, $11 million. Tom Steyer, $213 million. All but $225,000 of it self-funded. Steve Hilton, $13 million. Chad Bianco, $6 million. Matt Mahan, $15 million. Katie Porter, $9 million. Villaraigosa, $7 million. There's no results yet because the polls aren't closed yet. Freezing Cathedral says Steyer was backed. Well, he was largely backed by himself. Yes, he spent around $200 million of his own money. It's a lot. I mean, so much more than his campaign budget is so much more than the others. Usami says that's a lot of money. Jay Jolie says Kalshi thinks that Hilton has no chance. Well, the thing is this. So keep in mind this. You have to keep this in mind when you're thinking about these elections in California. So Hilton, the majority of voters in California are Democrats. So what's going to happen is those Democrat votes are going to split up between a bunch of candidates. So, but if it turns out that the two candidates are Republican and Democrat, it may be hard for the Republican, say Hilton is one of the two candidates in the runoff, it may be hard for him to really move up from where he is that much, because the Democrats who voted for other Democratic candidates Suppose it's Becerra and Hilton. If there's Democrats who voted for Steyer, you would think they're more likely to vote for Becerra than switch parties and vote for Hilton. So my point is that I would think the conventional thinking is that if it's a Democrat and Republican who, it's the same thing with the mayor race. If you get a Democrat and Republican going to the runoff, it would seem like it'd be a lot easier for the Democrat to increase their total in the runoff than it will be for the Republican, because there'll be a lot more Democrats that voted for other candidates than there are Republicans who voted for other candidates, if that makes sense. So even if Steve Hilton got 30% and beat Xavier Becerra by a few percent and he technically won the runoff, that doesn't mean that he technically won the primary. That doesn't mean he'll be the favorite in the runoff. Now, in terms of Pratt, I wanted to mention this because people are talking about Pratt. So I got to figure out here. If you look up Spencer Pratt on Wikipedia, it says it says party Republican, other political affiliations independent. But I need to figure out, I don't know that you have to declare a party because it's a nonpartisan primary, but I don't know what it says on the ballot for him. Somebody might remember in the chat if they saw a California ballot. Sample ballot. Is he listed as an independent? Oh, I have it here. I have it. This is from state of California. So Pratt is listed by the state as, some of you I'm sure said it in the chat already. Can't I find it? Hold on a second. Sample ballot. Is this it? Interactive sample ballot. Now I can't find it. Hold on. I'm looking this up. I'm looking it up right now. Why don't I see it here? I'm confused. This says this is the state of California certified list of candidates. Oh, this is for governor. I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. That's why. I was looking, my brain stopped working. Sorry. I need the LA sample ballot, not the California one. Of course. Oh, it's not letting me pull it up. If I'm not, I guess, if I don't live there. LA mayor. Yes, Spencer Pratt is according to Ballotpedia, he is listed as nonpartisan. That's what Ballotpedia says. He is a registered Republican, though. Oh, just to clarify. So he's a registered Republican, but it's a nonpartisan primary. And I believe he is running as a nonpartisan. Just to clarify. Ballotpedia and Wikipedia both say he's a Republican. But again, I don't think that's like really surprising. I don't think that's big breaking news. All right, hang on. By the way, huge thanks to Chris Feilbach. Chris thinks that I don't even know what that means, Chris. I'm scared to read your comment, so I'm not going to read it. Oh, what is this? I just looked it up. There's the Denver Gazette has an article from 2023 where the headline is Katie Porter denies dumping potatoes on ex-husband. I don't know anything about this. Her ex-husband accused the congresswoman. Oh, she. It was alleged that she dumped a pot of hot potatoes on his head, says the Denver Gazette. And she denied allegations. I don't want to get into all this now, but that's an article from 2023 from the Denver Gazette, which you can look up. Again, the headline from the Denver Gazette was Katie Porter denies dumping potatoes on ex-husband and renewed domestic abuse scrutiny. Anyways, our viewer Chris Feilbach says Katie Porter's alleged behavior with potatoes is disqualifying. That's what Chris said. Chris, thanks for your support. Also, thanks so much to Jeff TE88PFCR. That's so nice of you, Jeff. Jeff says tonight may be a snapshot of the 26th election in Democrat-held districts. Hey, thanks, Fifth Nail. You know, Fifth Nail, I think I tried to go there. Hold on. Let's see. Chris said go to the county registrar to find the sample ballot. I was looking. I can't find it right now. Yeah, the registrar's site has the list of mayor candidates, and it just says nonpartisan. It doesn't list a party for them. Thank you, Fifth Nail. Thank you also, Noobbud, who thinks more Democrats are voting late to protect ballots. GOP governor candidate Sheriff Bianco seized ballots in California this year after all of Trump's threats too. I don't know anything about that, but I'm not a big California political expert. That's what Noobbud said. I don't know anything about this. I can tell you that yes, so Cal Matters posted an article. I know nothing about this. That they posted an article, Cal Matters, like a week ago, which said a new law Governor Newsom signed in the last week bans law enforcement officers from interfering with California elections. It criminalizes the act of taking cast ballots from the custody of a local election official, as governor candidate Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco did earlier this year, when he seized more than 600,000 ballots from his own county's registrar of voters. Cal Matters says although Bianco claimed he was checking for proof of fraudulent voting, there was no evidence to suggest any ballots were cast improperly. Anyways, I'm not an expert on that whole situation. I'm just giving you the background that our viewer mentioned. One says Bianco took ballots and was ordered to return them because he had no authority to take them. Hold on a moment here. All right, give me a second here. The polls close in 12 minutes. In California. Give me one moment here. By the way, about 10 minutes ago, Vahid Online, who reports stuff from Iran, says there were reports of a single explosion northeast of Tehran. I don't know if that was an attack. I mean, it's a big country. They can have explosions there. I haven't heard anything more about it. But if I do, I'll let you know. I'll keep an eye on that. Oh, hold on. Did CENTCOM post something? Oh, yes. You know, I didn't even see this. I'm sorry. I did not see this. This was like an hour ago. This was when I was getting ready to come on the air. I didn't even see this. Just in case you didn't see it either. CENTCOM posted like an hour ago. Actually, an hour and 20 minutes ago. An additional wave of Iranian drones attempting to attack U.S. forces in Kuwait failed to impact intended targets tonight. U.S. Central Command air defenses successfully downed multiple drones and ensured no American personnel or assets were harmed. I hadn't even seen that yet, to be honest. We covered the Iran stuff going on. I don't want to get into that all now because we did a whole stream on it earlier. If you missed it, go back and watch the stream. We're focused on the election right now, but I just wanted to let you know that was posted at 9:26 Eastern time. Okay. Now, we're getting very close. Hey, Tim K, thank you. Tim asked me a question about if Russia was to invade Turkey from the rear, would Greece help? I mean, I look, Tim, we're talking about the election now, Tim. I don't know if I can answer your question anyway at all because I haven't really thought about it, but we can't be getting off track, Tim. Thank you so much, Tim K 854. I appreciate your support though. HMN says classic Tim. Thank you also, Bad Doge. Bad Doge says Becerra versus Hilton, and the Democrat is going to win. Pratt has a chance though. Thank you, Bad Doge. Thanks, Lindy L70, for being a member. Only about 9 minutes till the polls close in California, guys. Hey, thanks Jazzy Renee for subscribing on Twitch. Thanks Andy and Austin for your support on Twitch. Now, give me a moment here. And remember, so what I have no idea how much we'll know. As we've been talking about, it could take days or even weeks for these races to be called. But maybe with the governor in the mayor race, maybe the returns that start getting counted will give us an idea of what's going on, a decent idea. Remember that most people vote by mail in California. And the votes, I mean, as long as the votes are postmarked on election day, they can come in up to a week after and still be counted. And California is notorious for having slow counts. So we'll have to see what happens. But top two in both the mayor and governor race. And remember also, as Decision Desk HQ said, the early vote count is supposed to be a bit more Republican skewed because many Democrats, I guess, have been waiting because, for example, the governor's race has been so close, and they might not have known who they were going to vote for governor. Yeah, so our viewer, Franz Telly says, I just brought my ballot in the mail today. So Franz Telly put the ballot in the mail today, which is fine. That vote's not going to get counted tonight. Rage Smoky Monkey Center Serenade says, can't wait for the next round of Pratt ads. Oh, I didn't thank Jeff T88 PFCR gave 50 people memberships. Wow, that was really nice of you, Jeff. Jeff gave 50 people memberships. Make sure you thank Jeff or somebody else if they gave you a membership or a gift subscription. Tanner Corey says, I dropped mine in a Dropbox an hour ago. A lot of interest from our viewers in Spencer Pratt. You can see real quick about Spencer Pratt, real quick. Spencer Pratt is an American reality television personality and candidate in the 2026 mayoral election, says Wikipedia. In 2007, he began dating Heidi Montag. Might be Montag. I don't even know how you pronounce her name. I'm sorry. A primary cast member in the reality television series The Hills, and came to prominence after being cast in the series. But a feud between them and Montag's fellow cast member Lauren Conrad became the central focus of the series and carried on through each subsequent season. Pratt also appeared on the second season of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. He also competed on the British version of Celebrity Big Brother. And after his home in Pacific Palisades was destroyed in the Palisades fire in January 2025, he sued the city of Los Angeles and pushed for an investigation into California Governor Gavin Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass. On the one-year anniversary of the fire, he announced his intent to run for the mayor of Los Angeles in 2026. He's a registered Republican in the nonpartisan race. His policy positions include increased funding for the LAPD, redirecting homelessness funding from current programs to mandatory treatment and enforcement, and cracking down on street takeovers. That's a little about Spencer Pratt. And Karen Bass is the current mayor. And just real quick here, Nithya Raman, she is the LA City Council member for the 4th District. She is a member of the Democratic Party and the Democratic Socialists of America. She is running for mayor of Los Angeles. So she is the 3rd city councilor. Raman is the 3rd of the 3 top candidates in terms of how the pollings have been going. They are the 3 expected to compete for the top 2 seats. All right, we have governor, we have mayor, and we have 3 minutes and 18 seconds. Vissler says, save LA, Mr. Pratt. Where is the... quick summary here. DDHQ says LA voters are unhappy with incumbent Mayor Karen Bass, and now they get to decide whether to keep her around. The big story has been reality TV star Spencer Pratt's campaign, which has used viral videos critical of Bass and other Democrats to garner significant attention. In Decision Desk HQ's average, Bass leads with 26%, followed by Pratt at 18%. This is polling average. And LA City Council member Nithya Raman at 16%. The race is technically nonpartisan, but Bass and Raman are Democrats while Pratt is a Republican. In deep blue Los Angeles, that could make it hard for Pratt to win if he advances to the November runoff. We got about 2 minutes 2 minutes. Will we, you know, even if it's not called tonight, will we be able to get like a decent feeling for where the races are going? That I do not know. No, I'm not going to do, I don't do polls when they become like popularity contests. So I don't like doing polls like who will win, because I feel like it becomes this divisive popularity contest. Hey, thanks to the UnQ80 for being a member, and Lunar Guardian, our member, and Lindsay L70, our member. All right, we have about 1 minute. I also don't know how soon it'll be till we've seen the first votes. About 1 minute till the California polls close. Wow. 1 minute. 1 minute. But remember, most people vote by mail. Currently, in the mayor race, Polly Market and Kalshi both have Karen Bass as a roughly 70% favorite. Big BM. Thanks, Big BM, for your support as well. I appreciate that. Hey guys, we have 10 seconds till the polls close. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Polls are closed. Oh my gosh, polls are closed in California. The polls are closed in California. Polls closed. How soon will it be? Now, again, it could take days or weeks before these races are called. But how soon can we start seeing some of the votes come in? We'll have to see. I do here. I'm going to do this. Put this down here. I don't want that. Keeping an eye on mayor and governor race. Hey, Bad Doge, thank you. Bad Doge says Granada Hills. Is that where you are, Bad Doge? Thanks so much for your support. Granada Hills is a neighborhood of Los Angeles. Yeah, thanks by the way to hold on a second here. To Sci Scholar who mentioned Bakersfield. I don't really have much of an update about Bakersfield. I already posted about it on my social media. You can see real quick, you can see here, well, I'll tell you. Bakersfield Police Department said they received a call, Bakersfield, California received a call around 1 p.m. regarding reports of a bomb threat at a Chase bank. During the investigation, it was determined an adult male subject had barricaded himself inside the building with several community members. No injuries have been reported. Officers responded to the scene and established a perimeter around the building and surrounding businesses. At the time of this press release, which was roughly an hour and a half ago, officers and members of our crisis negotiation team remain in contact with the subject by telephone. No arrests have been made. And he may have a bomb. It's not clear. But I don't know that that's been confirmed. They say there was a bomb threat. So I'll keep you posted if I have updates from there. As far as I'm aware, from their update, it's still a standoff there. I'll let you know if I get any updates. Oh, and one of the viewers said one hostage was released, which I think did happen. Hold on a second here. I thought I saw a report about that. Yeah, one hostage has been released, according to the LA Times. And according to the police, actually. Okay. And the other people are in good health inside the building, according to the police. All right. So I'll keep you updated on that. No votes in. I don't see any votes in for either governor or mayor yet. I don't know how long till we see any votes. Bob Myers says, hope Trump campaigns for Pratt. Has it affected polling places in Bakersfield? So Cool Bro says, I don't know. I mean, what I can say is the perimeter is around the bank, but it's not like an entire neighborhood. So I can't imagine it would be affecting that many polling places if it's affecting any, but I don't know. This website is Decision Desk HQ Votes Beta. That's who I use for the election data. I pay them for the election data. I appreciate them letting me use it. And you can see the site. It's at votes.decisiondeskhq.com. Stacy says it is just a primary. Joe says California does majority mail-in voting and also has the most hospice and daycare centers than any other state by far. That's what Joe says. Is this true? I have no idea. I'd have to look it up. Thanks also Salazar for your support and Pay Scholar for your support. Oh, sorry, Sci Scholar for your support. I see no votes in yet in either of these races. Gemini says it is true, especially when it comes to hospice centers. But we're not going to get into that for now. Oh, we have votes in governor's race. Governor's race votes in. Now, I cannot, by the way, this is so early, guys. This is 0.76% of the vote. And this is not from all around the state. So I'm not going to start making judgments, but I'm going to see, maybe there's experts who can look at these initial votes are initial votes from Solano County and Napa County. So maybe there's some California elections experts who can look at the counties and say, that's interesting, these initial votes. And remember, so many votes are not going to be counted because if you sent in a vote today by mail or yesterday, as long as it's postmarked by today, it gets counted if it arrives within a week. So these are going to be earlier votes that came in earlier. So early. Do we have any votes in the mayor race in yet? No. I mean, it could end up that Becerra is first and Hilton is second. It could end up that way. But this is so early. But let's see how things go. Again, Steve Hilton is a Republican. Tom Steyer is he's a hedge fund manager. Is he still doing it? He's a billionaire, and he has spent about $200 million of his own money. He founded a hedge fund and then became active in climate advocacy and democratic politics. But yes, Steyer is a Democrat. I'm going to see if I can find any analysis. Hold on a second here. Manuel Landrade says, I voted for Steve Hilton. Oh, let me do this. Yes, sorry. Chad Bianco is at 10% in these 2 counties worth of votes, which again, this is only 1% of the vote, less than 1% of the vote. Why is it doing this again? I hate this. Okay. Here. I gotta, how do I collapse that? How do I collapse? There we go. All right. There we go. No votes in for mayor yet. Okay, hey guys, let me give you a little analysis here. Zachary Danini, who is with VoteHub, he thinks it's a solid start for Becerra out of Napa. Beating Steyer by 8 there, not ideal for Steyer. He also points out that Porter, in these are votes from Napa and Solano County. Porter is, well, in Napa, Porter was a little almost tied with Bianco, but this is 2 counties here. This is so again, what Zachary Danini says is that he thinks that the fact that Becerra, what does it say here? Now I'm confused. He thinks it's a solid start for Becerra. You know, I can do the county thing. Hold on a second here. What I can do is look at the counties. Let's do this. Show fewer. Where's the county list? Counties. There it is. Reported. Yeah. So actually, we have 4 counties in. Napa. I don't know why it says, yeah, Becerra is leading Steyer by 8 points in Napa County, and Zachary Danini thinks that's good for Becerra. Anyways, hey, we're getting some more votes coming in. And let's see. Let's go back up here. We're going to go back up here. So we have about, guys, we have about 8% of the vote counted in California. I mean, these are going to be people, I think, who maybe people who mailed in their votes early, and they can get counted fast. But let me see if I can get any more analysis from people who can look at the counties that are here in so far and draw conclusions from them. And let me, again, just to remind you, as we see Steve Hilton in the lead, I have seen multiple outlets, including Decision Desk HQ, think the initial votes counted in California are going to lead more Republican, because they say that the Democratic governor's race has been close on the Democratic side, and that a lot of Democrats may have held off on voting until today, which would, since a lot of people vote by mail, delay the count. So they think that, like Decision Desk HQ said this, they think that the originally counted voters, the first counted votes are going to lean a bit more Republican than the later ones. There's no results for the mayor's race yet. There's nothing in. Nothing. As soon as I see anything counted in LA, I'll let you know. There's 0 votes counted in LA. So we're looking at the California governor's race. It would not be a surprise if it ended up Becerra versus Hilton. Now we have 15% of the vote counted. Look at this in California. So Hilton at 30%, Becerra at 24.6%, and Steyer at 17%. Zachary Danini with VoteHub says it's important to remember the late mail will be much more blue. I will also mention that where is it here? Where is it? Few more votes in the governor primary. Remember, the top two advance in both the California governor and the LA mayor primary. No votes counted yet in the LA mayor primary. No, this is not one county. That's 17% of the total vote. This is from multiple counties. I'll show you the list. I mean, there's a lot of counties. So all these counties have votes in. I mean, I could keep going down the list, but some have more than others. Some have a bigger percentage of votes. You know, San Luis Obispo, only 33% of the votes counted there. Kings County, 79% there. And by the way, just so you can see here, Los Angeles County, in terms of votes remaining, outstanding votes remaining, LA County is the biggest one. That's going to be very blue. No votes reported in the governor race. 1.8 million votes expected out there. San Diego County, 730,000 votes expected. None reported. One of the viewers asked about Nevada County. Where is this thing? Where is the counties? I'd have to look up that county by name. County. Next. In Nevada County, no. Hilton is winning. I mean, there's going to be certain counties that lead more red or more blue. We're up to 19% of the vote counted. Let me see. Again, I am not comfortable. I don't have the background to look at this and say, this is. I can't really give you intelligent analysis of these numbers so far. But what I'm going to see is, nope, I can't see. Remember, the initial votes are expected to be counted more red than the remaining votes. Our viewer, Coco Melon, says Javier is closing in that gap. There are no votes in the mayor race yet. In the LA mayor race, nothing. No votes, guys. Tom Steyer is the billionaire who spent about $200 million of his own money. It could definitely end up being Bill Hilton and Becerra. Check more candidates, someone says. Chad Bianco, who's Republican, he is at 11%, and Katie Porter at 5%. So many candidates, around 60 candidates. If you're wondering what's going on in the mayor race, nothing. 0 votes counted in LA. 0 votes counted in LA. Tui says LA so slow. Yes, it is these are not party primaries. It's one primary for all parties. So the top 2 advance in both parties. Not both parties. The top 2 in the primary, whatever party they are, advance in both primaries. Hey, we're up to about 30% in. Now, where did those votes come from? We just got a big batch of votes in. Becerra has taken the lead, by the way. Now, where did those votes come from? Let's look at the county amount. Oh, LA County reported. Oh, we have mayor votes in. We have breaking news. We have mayor votes in. Hold on. Okay, we have some votes in from LA County. Now, this is, doesn't even say what percent is in. So I don't even, that's about 300,000 votes. I don't even know how many votes are expected to be in. But we have Bass with 38%, Pratt with 27%, and Raman with 20%. Now, this is as a percentage of the total vote. You know, I can estimate it. According to DDHQ, they say that, why is this being all fidgety? DDHQ says that LA County is about 42% in. Now remember, it's possible that the early vote is a bit more Republican leaning than the later vote. The thought is that the governor's race has been really close, and so a lot of Democrats might have waited until even today to vote. Now, Pratt is a registered Republican, so I don't know if this pattern there will hold. Also, that could be from certain neighborhoods in LA. Actually, I know it's from certain neighborhoods in LA. Let's take a look here, by the way. Yeah, so this is all from, well, we can't. I don't think I have that breakdown. Or do I have the breakdown? No, right here I'm just getting Los Angeles. I'm not getting different parts of Los Angeles. But I don't know how that breaks down in terms of where in LA they're voting in. Anyways, what I will mention is, so it's about, why are they saying it's 42% in though? Oh, yes. No. You know what's weird? So, 11 more candidates. Why does it seems like more governor's votes are counted in LA County than mayor's votes. I'm seeing about 400,000 mayor votes counted in LA County, like 300,000. But for governor, it seems like there's, hold on, I'm looking here. It's being fidgety. Yes, there are, for some reason, there are now, I think, about 700,000 votes counted for the governor's race in LA County. Oh, it's LA City versus LA County. That's the difference. Okay. So, all right. My brain, I'm an idiot. Sorry about this. There's LA County and LA City. So LA County is about 45% in. I don't know how much LA City is in. I don't know how many votes are expected in LA City. And it doesn't say here. Anyways, let's go back to governor for a second. We'll come back. All right. Hey, governor, we're up to 36% of the vote in. We're up to 36% of the vote. And that's Becerra and Hilton. It's not that big of a difference, though. Steyer's moving up a little bit, guys. Remember, the top two advance. Daniel, who's an elections analyst I follow, says that there's no way we now know that two Republicans are not going to be among the top four because Chad Bianco is so far behind. You know, months early in this race, there was a concern from Democrats that the Democrats could split all their votes, and then because there's fewer Republican candidates, the top two could be two Republicans. That is not going to happen now, as Daniel says, because Bianco, who's a Republican, is just way behind the others. Go back to mayor. I don't know. I don't know what percent, how many total votes we're expecting. Oh, Vote Hub says there's about 39% in, for whatever that's worth. For whatever that's worth, Vote Hub says there's about 39% in. Zachary Danini, who is with Vote Hub, says that if you look at the number 2, remember, Pratt is a registered Republican. Raman and Bass are both Democrat. And the question is, who's going to be the top 2? Now, Zachary Danini says that Pratt's lead should actually grow in the next Los Angeles batch, which is expected to include many vote center ballots. But he thinks Raman can still catch up, but she would need a very good very good count in the late arriving ballots to catch up to Pratt. Let's go back to governor. That is governor. We're up to about 40% in for governor. I mean, this is a pretty close race, guys. 3 candidates, all between 20 and 26.5% there. Will we have 2 Democrats or 1 Democrat and 1 Republican running for governor in California? The 4th place is Chad Bianco, who has improved some. He's at 11%, but again, it looks like it's going to be those top 3 there, as was thought. What is going to happen? Let me go back here. A quick thank you to a couple thank yous here. Dodger Blue to you. Dodger Blue is not a fan of Pratt. I'll say that. Dodger Booty says the fact that Pratt is any percentage of the vote wants to make me take a long walk off a short pier. Hey, thanks, Dodger Booty. Thanks also to Raider Jones, who says, wish Bianco and Hilton ran on the same ticket. Hope it doesn't split the vote. Yeah, I mean, look, you have this. I see your point. I think what Raider Joe's is saying is, I mean, there's a chance that Hilton could finish third. And then you might say, well, if the other person, Bianco, had pulled out, then maybe Hilton would be in the top two. So, you can have these. Obviously, the more people running from the same party, that can split the vote more between those parties' voters. Thanks, New Bud, who thinks Bass is unpopular, but status quo is attractive now. Thanks to Aaron Jones, who says, blue wave, no matter what, I wouldn't vote Dem. Wow. Thanks, Venom Snake. Thanks, Jesse Wagner. Well, let's go back. Are there any more votes in for mayor? No. Mayor is no different than the last time we checked. Oh, let me change the headline. Results coming in for LA mayor and California governor primaries. Zachary Danini, this is interesting. Zachary Danini, who's with VoteHub, thinks that Bianco, in the governor's race, he thinks Bianco is running well, and he's saying Bianco has, you can see, is 11% here. He's saying a Hilton call tonight looks highly unlikely, very highly unlikely. What he's saying is Bianco is running well, which him running well presumably takes some votes away from Hilton. Presumably, if Bianco was doing less good, then Hilton would be doing better, and that might prevent a call for Hilton tonight as one of the top two. It's an interesting thought. Halliman thinks Bianco didn't have the funds. Any more votes in for mayor? No, we're stuck on 308,000 for mayor. Now, Henry Olson, who is an elections analyst I follow, getting back to the governor's race, Henry Olson thinks the only big question is whether Steyer will finish second or Hilton. And Henry Olson, like others I've told you about, says that the late arriving ballots in California are expected to be more Democratic. Okay? And it's going to take days, if not weeks, to count those. People voted today. If you leave your ballot today, or even if you mail it if you get postmarked by today, it can arrive in up to a week and they count it. So this could take, you see Hilton's in second place now, but if the late arriving votes are more Democratic, that could push Steyer up, is what he's saying. No more votes in yet in Los Angeles City. Moto Sin says mailed in our ballots today, right? So those aren't going to get counted for a while. Lilix thinks no chance Hilton wins. Kathy McClure says Bianco should win. Yeah, I mean, Bass, if she gets 38% when all is said and done, that'll be a bit better than she's been polling. But we'll have to see. I mean, this is early. Millage Jessful says Hilton and Pratt would be an interesting shakeup. Bilal NS says, do we think Hilton can finish in the top 2? Good question. I just saw a note from Reuters, a Reuters report from Reuters that said Spencer Pratt kicked all the media out of what it was expected to be his watch party. Oh, hold on a second here. Give me a moment. We're supposed to have a live of Bass, I think. Give me a moment here. Let me check something out. Oh, I have a Hilton watch party, and I have Hilton watch party. I have Steyer watch party, and there's not much going on there at the moment, but I have Hilton, I have Steyer. What's the third one? Becerra. I have Becerra, Hilton, and Steyer watch party, but nothing as much is happening. I'm going to put a camera up from just on the side there. I'll put a camera from the Hilton watch party. Just to have it on there. Give me a moment here. I'm not going to put the sound on because you'll hear music. Yeah, they're playing music. So let me just put on the side there the Steve Hilton watch party. We can switch it later, but let me throw that up for you guys. Gonna put it right there. There it is. Steve Hilton watch party. Look, it's the Steve Hilton watch party. That's in Huntington Beach. Let me put a little caption over that. Oh my gosh, it's the Hilton watch party. Okay. We got some more votes in. Breaking news, more votes came in. Now remember, it was expected that Pratt, as one of the elections analysts I mentioned earlier said, it was expected that Pratt would be doing better in theory in the earlier counted votes because the later counted votes are supposed to be more Republican. But we have these now. What percent are we talking about right now? That I don't have a great idea of. Let me just see here. Okay, we're at about 45% of the total in. Okay, for LA mayor, we're at about 45% of the total, according to the LA Times. Although I don't know if they're figuring that out from the state vote. Anyways. And then here's for governor, we're at about 42, 43% in. You can see there. And I keep saying this. Remember that the later votes are supposed to be more Democratic. So Hilton right now is next to Becerra. I don't know if that's going to be the case when all is said and done. And Pratt, is way out in front of Raman now, but I don't know that that's going to be the case when all is said and done. Jamie Dupree, who is a veteran political reporter I follow, he thinks it'll take maybe a week to figure out who the top two are in the governor race. Oh, I did want to mention something else. I just saw something. Bitcoin has fallen below 66,000. For those who follow that, it's at 60, according to TradingView, it's at 65,922. Anyways, I'll keep an eye on that. Hey, thanks, Martin Ging. Martin says delayed Democrat voting sounds suspicious, but I'm the paranoid type. Yeah, I'll read you again what Decision Desk HQ said about the voting. What they said is that that it's likely that the initial returns are more Republican than the final results will be in California because the competitive governor race clearly led many registered Democrats to wait until the last minute to vote. Let's see here. What's this person saying? There's somebody speaking at the Hilton event. Let's see what he's saying. Hold on.
That you have gifted Steve with the ability to not only understand the issues, but to craft policy. And I thank you for the relationship that we have been enjoying for quite a long time now together. And we pray tonight, by your grace and by your mercy, that this would be a great, great night for victory, a great, great night for a change in California, as we've been calling out that California would come back to its awesome roots. And so we give it all to you tonight, and we ask you that, if we might be so bold to ask you tonight, that soon and very soon we would know the answer, that Steve Hilton will be on his road, on the route, on course to November. And we pray even into November that we'd have a new governor. And that governor would be Steve Hilton. In Jesus' name, and all God's people said, amen. Amen. God bless you.
That was speaking at the Hilton watch party. That, I believe, was Pastor Jack Hibbs. That was Pastor Jack Hibbs speaking at the Hilton watch party. Oh, yeah. Blue Snake Jake says he is a pastor at Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills. So we're going to bring you more video as some people speak, guys. I can see video from Becerra and Steyer and Hilton watch parties, and we'll see what else we have. Oh, hold on a second. By the way, we're at just to go over what we got. So again, that's the current race in mayor. Top two advance. Bass is the incumbent. Remember that the later coming in ballots are supposed to be more Democrat than the earlier ones. So it certainly seems, hold on a moment here. It certainly seems that for the moment that Karen Bass will be in the top two when all is said and done. Pasta Sasta says, go Spencer, go. Hey, thanks to the real Samantha J, who says, in California, we want Hilton, Pratt, trust and believe that. Thanks to Brian Jones. Brian, I haven't heard that. Brian claims that ballot boxes were set on fire in California. I haven't heard that. There was a report from like a couple weeks ago where I believe it was LA County, said a few ballots where there was an incident with one of the ballot boxes. I posted about it. That was like a week or two ago. Yeah, that was like a week ago where election workers found there was a drop box in downtown Los Angeles, and there were multiple mail-in ballots that had been burned. I'm not aware that that happened anywhere else. I'll let you know if I hear it. That was a few days ago that was reported. Thank you again to the real Samantha J. Shout out to our moderators. Again, I really appreciate our moderators being here as we watch the votes come in. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate it. And also, thanks to 13 Alamo, I got that fire, Matthew Kohai 3, and Sarah moderating on Twitch. Also, thanks K-Ron for subscribing on Twitch, and Jazzy Renee for subscribing on Twitch, and Andy and Austin for the bits on Twitch. Thank you so much. Also, Linda Belklary and Misha. Linda Belklary and Misha, who moderate for us on X and on Facebook. All of our moderators there. Thank you so much. Paul Anderson, K. Lowry Body. Hang on a moment here. Let me pull up the governor race. No, I mean the mayor race. Pulling up the mayor race. Try again. Uh-oh. What's going on with DDHQ votes? What's happening with DDHQ votes? It's working again. There we go. When we have people speaking, I will put it up there. None of the candidates are speaking yet that I see. That is the Hilton watch party we're looking at. Tom Steyer watch party, I just see the stage. The Becerra watch party, a few people are walking around. I see the stage. At the Hilton party, they have the vote count on the screen there. Oh, new votes in for governor. Breaking news. We're at about 48% in for governor. Let me remind you that the later votes are supposed to be more Democratic. I also got to see where the votes are still out. With about half the vote in, Hilton with about 26.5%, Becerra with 26%, Steyer around 20%. Let's go to the, let's look at votes remaining. EVR, expected votes remaining. All right, so you can see here expected votes remaining. There are still about 850,000 votes remaining in Los Angeles County expected to be counted, and that should be. LA is currently Becerra 29, Hilton 20. You can't really see that. It says Becerra 29, Hilton 22, Steyer 22. Hilton 23, Steyer 22. Orange County, there's a. I see what's happening here. It's getting cut off here. Orange County, Hilton is leading, and there's 400,000 votes there. San Diego County, 400,000 votes there. Yeah, so my thought is, I don't know how much Steyer's going to catch up to Hilton in Orange and San Diego counties, because he's behind Hilton by a lot in those counties. He's behind Hilton by about 18 points in Orange County and 14 points in San Diego County. But remember, those later votes could be much more Democratic. So I don't know. I can't tell. But to show you where a lot of the votes are still out, there's a number of counties where they're still out, but the biggest are Los Angeles, Orange, San Diego, Sacramento, Ventura, nothing in from Ventura, Santa Clara, Alameda, Riverside, San Francisco. Steyer is leading in San Francisco by 6%. He is 6%. I'm going to leave it like this right now. Are there new votes in for? A few more votes counted now in Los Angeles. There. I think we're in about 40% range or so for votes. Yes, so about 46% of the expected vote is in Los Angeles City for mayor. Eddie Baker thinks Bass needs to go. Paul says, I'm in Alameda County. I'm keeping my eye out on some of the different live shots here. I don't see anyone speaking yet. Thank you, radishes and pickles, by the way. No, radishes and pickles, tonight is the primary. Unless somebody gets more than 50%, which is not going to happen, it is the primary. The top two mayor candidates will go to a runoff. Thank you also, Drone Crazy. GS thinks it's over for Hilton? Hilton right now is leaning in the governor primary. Remember, as I said before, even if Hilton were to win the governor primary, he would face an uphill climb in the general, because most of the people who don't vote for the top two in California will be Democrats, not Republicans. Let me check something here. Lord Steppergod thinks Steyer voters will vote for Becerra. We're up to about 50% in now in the race for governor. Let's check the mayor race. No new votes in there. Let's hear the speaker. I'm going to listen into the speaker at the Hilton watch party. Let's listen in on the Hilton watch party for a second, guys. I'm going to play the speaker who's speaking at the Hilton watch party.
Time in California history since the gold rush, more people are leaving the state than coming in. And it's not because we live in an oasis. People are leaving our oasis to go to the frozen cold in Montana or the humidity in Florida and Texas. And it's not because we don't have great people here in California. We do. It's because the policies of Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris has destroyed this state. I have good news for all of you here tonight. We're one leader away from prosperity to turn California around and make it golden again. And that leader is the next governor of California, Steve Hilton. So whatever we do after tonight, because I know the media is here and they always ask, well, it's not a Republican state. I'm here to tell the media right now, Steve Hilton's policies, the number that you have to look at is almost 2/3 of Californians say we're on the wrong track. Albert Einstein once said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. If you want Gavin Newsom 3.0, that's Xavier Becerra. If you want worse than Gavin Newsom, that's Tom Steyer. They had 14 years to lead, and they took us in the wrong path. Now's our time as Californians. Democrats, independents, and Republicans are to come together for change to make California golden again, to make sure that we eliminate the gas tax in California, that we can afford grocery costs, that our grocery prices.
This is not Steve Hilton speaking. They have speakers speaking at the rally before Steve Hilton speaks. This is not Steve Hilton speaking. It's the speaker at the Steve Hilton watch party.
Elections are about the future, And the future of California is bright. And the reason why it's bright is because we have the next governor of California here tonight, and that name is Steve Hilton. So when we win tonight, we're only halfway there. We all need to come together tomorrow, work together, and do whatever we can to walk door to door, man those phone banks, and do whatever we can to turn those independents and Democrats. They want to vote for Steve, but it takes all of us to knock those doors, man those phone banks, and when we do, we're all going to be part of the team that turned California around and made it golden again. Thank you so much. I'm Tony Strickland. Thanks for being here tonight. Let Steve hear you. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Hilton, 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 Hilton. Thank you. God bless. God bless California. God bless Huntington Beach. Thank you so much.
Okay, there you go. I think he said that was Tony Strickland. Tony Strickland was speaking at the rally there. Hilton currently leading, the Republican, Hilton Becerra second, Steyer, Democrat third. If we go down more, Chad Bianco, Republican at 11%. It does not look like he is going to finish in the top two. Katie Porter, former Congresswoman, at 5%. With about half the votes counted. Roughly, a little less than half counted, I believe, in LA as well, LA City. Hey, thanks. Don't know who says Californians have Stockholm syndrome. Vote Hilton. Thanks. Don't know how. Don't know for your support. Don't know 443. Thank you, Unigan Therese, who says if non-voters made their voices heard, the left coast would look different than it does now. Thank you, Done Crazy. Yeah, we talked about the Bakersfield hostage situation earlier. There is a man at a bank who's been holding people hostage for hours. One hostage has been released. The man made a bomb threat. No one has been hurt, as far as we know. I'll let you know if I see updates. I think we're going to start to see some candidates speak soon. It's 12:01 ET, so it's 9:01 Pacific time. I do have a shot of the Pratt. I have a shot of the Pratt. I can buy the shot from AP of the Pratt for mayor event. So I'm keeping an eye on that, but he's not speaking yet. Oh, one of our viewers said a second hostage was released. Is that true? Hang on a moment here. Hang on. One of the viewers claims a second hostage was released. I haven't seen it. Again, I have not seen that report myself. It's one of the. Oh yes, the police just said a second hostage has been released. This just came out from the police. Bakersfield police says, you can't see that. Bakersfield police says, we remain on the scene at Chase Bank building and have negotiated the release of a second hostage. There are currently no injuries reported. Avoid the area as this remains an active scene. We will continue to provide updates as information becomes available. Midtown Mike thinks Becerra will move up with more mail-in votes coming in. And again, the later votes coming in are supposed to be more Democratic. What is this? Let me check something here. I might want to show you a little video of what's happening at the Pratt event, but it might have music on it. So let me check something out here. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here, guys. Hold on. Let me check something here. I think we should maybe, people are cheering for, is Hilton coming? No, there's another speaker. It's not Hilton yet. I think we should do this. Hold on. Now it's showing the Hilton campaign. Now I'm confused. Oh, somebody is going to be, what's happening here? Sorry, I'm keeping an eye because I think we're going to start hearing maybe for some candidates soon, and I want to get that stuff on the air for you. So we have Becerra, we have Steyer, we have Hilton. Sorry, just keeping an eye out on everything. Let's go back to governor. Kind of not many, a few votes trickling in, but we're kind of stuck on the votes right now. I'm looking at Becerra feed. I'm looking at Steyer feed. J. Adams vid says Hilton versus Becerra will be crazy. Rocker thinks California will be saved. Yes, Mystery Void is right. It could be weeks before all the votes are counted. That doesn't mean it'll be weeks before projection. It could be, but it depends on how close the races are. Get about half the vote in the mayor race. Trying to see if there's any new analysis I can pass along to you. I'm not seeing much. It's this weird thing where, like, the speakers, they're probably going to be speaking before anything's projected. So they just have to come out, but because they're not going to want to wait until it's everything. If they were waiting until it's projected, they might not speak all night. So they're going to want to speak. No, I mean, there might not be a call tonight at all for either of these races. They're putting a podium up at the Hilton. At the Hilton. This is interesting. They're putting a podium at the Hilton event, but I don't think he's supposed to speak yet. There's supposed to be a few more speakers before Hilton himself. One of our viewers is in Kern County, just said. Christian Mendez, and Abel Espinosa is in Butte County. We haven't had any new votes counted in LA County in a while. A few more votes counted in the governor race. You know what I think I'm going to do? We have a lot of people interested in the Pratt. We have a lot of people interested in the Pratt candidacy, right? I think I'm going to buy the Pratt feed from AP. I'm going to do that. I'm going to buy the Pratt feed because I want to show you the Pratt party. All right, give me a moment here. I'm going to put that up on the screen for you guys. Because I know we have a lot of interest in the Pratt candidacy. I just need a moment to get it on the screen for you. Not there yet. There it is. Okay, what I need to do. Hey, look, hold on. I'm going to show you the Pratt thing. Hang on. Wait a second. No, there's music. There's music playing, but let me show you something here. So for the moment, I'm going to take this one off, and then, where is it here? That's this one. That's that party, but I'm going to put up on the screen. Where is it? This one. Oh my God! All right, I have to shrink that a bit. Hold on, let's see here. Hey, it's the Pratt watch party. Look, it's the Pratt watch party we have right there. That's the Pratt. Let's try something here. Hang on one second here. No, we don't want that one. I will fix the, it should say Pratt watch party. don't know if we can hear that guy at all. I'll see in a second if we can hear him. Give me one moment. Let's just do this. Put this over here. Put this here. Get rid of this one. Can we hear that guy at all?
And someone would have that strong accent.
They're playing music. They're playing loud music, so we'll keep an eye on the Pratt watch party, though. There's a guy holding a Pratt sign. Is Bass speaking now? I don't even have it. Are you sure about that? I don't have any feed of it. I have no feed of it. Oh, she is speaking now. I don't have a feed of it. Nothing. I have no feed of it. It's not on any of the, none of the news agencies have it. It's really weird, actually. It's not on Reuters. It's not on AP. And it's not on AFP. It's on none of them. Yeah, I see. She's on Fox News. It's weird. That's the one I don't have. Karen Bass is the one I don't have. Well, I have Pratt and the three governor ones. I don't have Raman speaking either. Let me try something. Nope, it's not on her mayor page. Yeah, so I'm sorry we don't have Karen Bass. It's kind of a strange situation. Even AP is not showing Karen Bass speaking. Yeah, so CNN has a camera, but that's the local CBS camera. I can't steal their camera. So it's a strange situation. So I'm sorry I can't show you Karen Bass, but again, I have a camera at the Steyer, the Hilton, the Becerra, and I bought one from the Pratt, but it's not even available from the Karen Bass event. So I apologize that I can't show you the Karen Bass. I would if I had it, believe me. Fox and CNN are showing Karen Bass right now. But my guess is that Fox might have their own camera there. But Karen Bass is on CNN. They were showing the KCBS camera. Very strange. Okay. Okay. AP, interesting, says they don't, AP, I messaged them earlier and they say they don't even have a camera at the Bass thing. Which is, I mean, that usually doesn't happen, but I don't know if they didn't let cameras in or what. So we'll be showing you other candidates, though. I have 4 different feeds here. Oh, sorry. Let me go back to the mayor race. There's still no more vote. We haven't seen. Oh, hold on. Somebody is speaking at the Hilton event. We have somebody speaking. Let me show you the speaker at the Hilton event. Hang on a moment here. This is the speaker at the Hilton event.
20 years. In 20 years, no Republican in a primary in any of the 8 executive offices has cracked 37%. We had one candidate 4 years ago get 37. We've got multiple candidates in the 40s tonight. Yes. I am at almost 42%. Steve Hilton is number 1. This is what we've been trying to accomplish for the last year and a half. This is why I put 25,000 miles on my car going up and down this massive state, visiting 58 counties, 482 cities, every club. But you know what? We're excited. We haven't won yet. And we got to talk about some serious things. Let's talk about our state budget. $320 billion this year. Woo. It's going to be 360 next year. You're going to want 320 back. We are the richest state in the richest country in the history of the human race. We spend more money per capita than anybody in the world. We spend $28,000 per student to educate our kids. And how are we doing? Yeah. So I got a call about a year and a half ago from a guy named, you might have heard of him, Steve Hilton. Steve called me up. He says, I want to meet. I want to talk about bringing you on the golden ticket. I hear you're a finance guy. I said, yes, I am. I went there and I met with Steve and we got together, we talked it out. And I said, Steve, why me? Why do you want me? You're building the best executive team in the history of our state. There's far better qualified candidates than me. Why did you choose Herb Morgan? He looked at me and he said, Herb, I wanted somebody I could see eye to eye with. You get it? That's it. Yeah. Okay. The state of California says they believe in transparency in state government. So you know what they did? They built a website. It took 20 years to build this website. It cost $1 billion. It's called Open FizCal. And Open FizCal doesn't work. It just doesn't work. They spent $1 billion of your money building this out. I came up with a new plan. It's called Radical Transparency. Every government expenditure, online, every day, in real time, for every single Californian to see. We will cut the waste. We will cut the fraud. We will put the fraudsters in jail when Michael Gates is your next Attorney General. And I'm not waiting until we get in office. Because 3 weeks ago, we launched our own website. It cost me $1,500 to build. We scraped every data metric available, every annual report, every LAO report, and every data point from the state's Open FizCal system. We recreated a new website that works, searchable with every transaction. For $1,500, we did what they couldn't do for $1 billion. It is insanity. I am so excited for these results. I thank each and every one of you for your support. I can't wait to start campaigning for the general election tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Thank you.
Herb Morgan is running for state controller. And he actually he was just speaking at the Hilton. I'm going to pull up that race if I can. He was just speaking at the Hilton watch party. See if I can pull this up. California controller. Yes. So Herb Morgan, who was just speaking, you can see this is the controller in California, and he has about 41% of the vote in the controller primary. So he'll move on against, well, it looks like he'll move on against Democrat Malia Cohen. The controller is the chief fiscal officer of California, its primary accountant and bookkeeper. Yes, Bass, for some reason, I don't know why, no one had the Bass feed. Even AP did not have a camera at the Bass event. Reuters did not have a camera there. So I could not bring you the Bass footage. I don't know why that was, but normally I would have been able to show it to you. Let me go back and put on the Pratt, show you what it looks like at the Pratt watch party. All right, first of all, let me get back to some of these results in. Still no new result. Oh, a few more votes came in. About 5,000 more votes came in Los Angeles City. About, I think a bit less than half of the vote is in there, with Bass and Pratt in 1 and 2. Let's go. It's not, the video is not particularly exciting right now at this point from the watch party for, where am I here? For Pratt, as I'll show you. Hold on, where is it? There is the Pratt watch party right there. But we'll keep an eye on that. And hold on here. I think somebody else is about to speak at the Hilton event. Hang on, I got to pull up the Hilton event in a second and see. Let's see. Tom Steyer, there's nobody speaking there. Becerra event, there is nobody speaking there. Check out the governor race. 51.5% in the governor's race. Yeah, PH Survivor said KCAL and Fox 11 covered Karen Bass speaking. Yeah, I saw CBS covering it on CNN or on CNN, I think, but I cannot steal their feeds. I can't just steal any feed I want. And again, AP did not have a camera there, and Reuters did not have a camera there. So, somebody is speaking at the Hilton event. Hold on, let's go back to the Hilton event and show you the speaker at the Hilton event. Thank you, PH Survivor 92. I appreciate that. Hold on a second here. Going back to the Hilton event here. This is not Herb Morgan, though, so let me fix that.
Boy, do we all have so much to celebrate in California. Herb Morgan did a very, very good job of introducing the numbers. The golden ticket is going to win tonight. We are so thankful to be here tonight with everybody. I just want to also thank my wife and my family for being with me on stage tonight. My wife and I just celebrated 29 short years together. I also want to thank all of our supporters who got us here today. All the donors, all the supporters, all the folks who were saying that they're going to help get the vote out. Thank you to all the supporters. And also my team, my campaign team has just done a tremendous job. So thank you for that, to them for that. We have had so many wins that led up to tonight. I launched the campaign January 14th. And when I launched the campaign, we lined up endorsements ahead of time and we cleared the field. We literally got and were ensured that there were a couple other candidates who were thinking of getting in this race.
Just to let you know who's speaking, the speaker is Michael Gates. As you can see, he is running for California Attorney General. He is a Republican candidate. He is going to advance in the runoff against Democrat Rob Bonta. Rob Bonta has about 54% in the California attorney race. Michael Gates has about 41.5%. So Michael Gates is speaking right now at the Steve Hilton watch party.
Outraising the incumbent Rob Bonta by almost $500,000. And as you know, this is now a two-way race, right? After tonight's victory, it's me versus the incumbent Rob Bonta. And do we need a new Attorney General in California? Absolutely. In fact, as I have said on the campaign trail, you have heard me say it, California is in a rare position right now. We actually have an opportunity to elect a real attorney for Attorney General for the state of California. We all know right now, under Rob Bonta's leadership, for the past 5 years, since he was appointed by Newsom in 2021 to be the California Attorney General, I know, he was appointed in 2021. He came out of the legislature, 10 years in the legislature. He was plucked out of obscurity and plopped in as our Attorney General by Newsom in 2021.
Rob Bonta would not have gotten elected to that position at that time had he been subject to an election. He owes Newsom all of his political fortunes because of that appointment. And since he's been in office, ladies and gentlemen, we know that Rob Bonta has been continuing to conduct himself as a career politician, not as a lawyer. In fact, it's pretty safe to say that he has been running cover for corruption, and he has been running interference on truth, justice, including criminal justice. Rob Bonta has refused to fight corruption since he's been in office in 2021. You heard what Herb Morgan just talked about in terms of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's amassed in California. We all know it's nearly $500 billion, right? Do you know that that number has amassed for over the past 5 years since Rob Bonta has been in office? Do you also know that the state attorney general came out with a report and said that state leadership had known. So Rob Bonta had known about the waste, fraud, and abuse years prior and chose to do nothing about it. He has also refused to fight crime. California, ladies.
I believe Steyer is speaking. Wait a second. Steyer is speaking. Tom Steyer is speaking.
Of justice. They will support who and whatever they have to in order to usher in a future that is beneficial to their bottom lines. It's why they uniformly back Trump. It's why they uniformly oppose progressives. And none of that was unique to this race. Here they were just especially brazen because here they were especially scared. The dollar amounts are different, but in elections everywhere, the principle is the same. You want to fight for working people at the expense of corporate profits? Watch corporations do everything in their power to stop you. Usually they try harder to hide what they're doing. And usually they're confident that if they spend enough, whoever's threatening their profits will be forced to back down and go away. This is how working people have been priced out of our politics. This is how the system protects itself. And I'll be the first to say it, that isn't how the system should work. You shouldn't have to be a billionaire to run on single payer. Or to challenge monopolies, or to call out a corrupt system when you see it. But the system depends on its ability to crush anyone who tries. And I know that there are many, many people, activists and organizers and ordinary working people who are out there today and who have been out there for decades, saying and doing all of these things brilliantly and fearlessly. Those are the people I'm in this race for. Those are the people I'm in this race with. The corporate interests came at us with everything they had, and we didn't back down. We were absolutely uncompromising in our values and our vision for California, and together we've scared the hell out of the corporate interests who are used to getting it their own way. We exposed the fact that their power depends on a system that is fundamentally corrupt. We showed with clarity and conviction that we do not have to accept the system they've built as inevitable. We proved something FDR said almost a century ago, that government by organized money is just as dangerous as government by organized mob. And we showed that a better California is possible and that we know what it looks like and we know how we'll get there together, day by day, vote by vote. Because together, all of us in this room believe in a not so radical idea: California can work for working people. Because we believe in a California where we have single-payer health care. A California where we have clean air to breathe and water to drink. A California where young people can imagine a future in the place they grew up. A California where corporations and billionaires who got rich here and then pulled the ladder up behind them do pay their fair share and are actually proud of their contribution to the 21st century society. That's us, that the rest of the world admires. That's what we're fighting for together. And that's what the corporations are hell-bent on stopping, because they know what we know. If we win, corporations lose. I've always been an optimist, and tonight I remain an optimist. None of this is far off. These dreams are not too big. The better California we've been fighting for is possible, and it's coming. I know that because I know Californians. I spent the last 6 months traveling up and down the state, talking to people in the Bay, in LA, in the Inland Empire, people in Santa Rosa and Riverside, in San Diego and San Jose, people in communities along the coast and in the valley and in the foothills. And everywhere I went, I heard the same thing. People are fed up. They know what's happening. They see it with their own eyes. They know who the villains are. They know they deserve better. And they're willing to fight with everything they have to win it. It will be hard work. It is hard work. But we're here tonight because it's happening, because we're making it happen. I've never felt more confident that California is the greatest place in the world and that Californians are the greatest people in the world. It has been the honor of my life to have the very best of them by my side. To my family, thank you for everything. None of this would be possible without your love and support. To my team, thank you for your hard work every single day of this campaign. To the people of California, I say it all the time, there are no people like Californians. You are the best of the best. Thank you for the doors you knocked, the calls you made, the tweets you posted. Thank you for showing up to our town halls, for asking tough questions, for believing in a better California, and working so hard to bring people there with you. I'm so grateful for each and every one of you. We've done the hard work and we did it together. Together we put the corporations on notice. Together we demanded more and better for the best state of them all. And now we just have to be patient. Thank you very much.
So that was Tom Steyer saying we have to be patient. So we have to wait. I mean, only about half the votes are counted in the governor race. And he is third. So currently he would not make the top two. But at the same time, the remaining votes coming in are expected to get more Democratic than the first half that have come in. So will Tom Steyer be able to catch up to Hilton or Becerra and get one of the top two spots? He spent about $200 million of his own money on this race, Tom Steyer. He is a billionaire. He used to, I believe he founded a hedge fund. So we have to wait and see what happens in that race. But as you can see on the bottom right, he is currently in third place, trailing Becerra by about 6% and Hilton by about 7%. So I wanted to show you Tom Steyer speaking, and soon Becerra is supposed to speak. Let me throw up, I got to keep an eye on Becerra. And also we're waiting for Steve Hilton to speak as well. Let me put up on the screen here. I'm going to put up, all right, let's first just do this. Hold on, let's do it this way. Let me go back and talk about the actual race right now. Let's put this back down here. I'm going to put this in the corner again. I'm going to put Becerra, well, actually, let's talk about what's going on. I'm going to put the Becerra watch party over there right now. Hang on. There is the Becerra watch party, which you can see. There's a camera at the Spencer Pratt event, but it's not showing much. So I'm going to keep an eye on the Spencer Pratt camera. I hope at least it shows him speak. But there is the Becerra cam. And then let's put up on the screen the results. There we go. So Mayor, a few more votes have trickled in the mayor race there in Los Angeles. Top 2 advance. Karen Bass, incumbent mayor. Looks like she's going to advance. Who will finish second? Spencer Pratt, former reality TV star, registered Republican, running as nonpartisan. It's a nonpartisan primary. And Nithya Raman, the Democratic, one of the city councilors in Los Angeles, she's in third place. So the big question seems to be there, will Raman be able to catch up to Pratt or not? And then we are also waiting to see, there is the governor race. Republican Steve Hilton is in the lead right now, but top 2 advance. Hilton would face a very uphill climb in the general election because California is quite Democratic, but right now he has about 27%. Xavier Becerra with about 26%, and Tom Steyer, who we just saw speak, with about 20%. Lizzie says, how can Bass still be in the running? U.S. Rights and Freedom says, Tom Steyer, the billionaire Democrat. Yeah, I have a feed from the feed I have from the Pratt party is not showing much right now. It's right. There's the feed from the Pratt party. But so Reuters had said that the media was kicked out of the Pratt party. Now, AP camera is still there, but I mean, they don't really seem to be in the thick of the party right now. So we'll see. I'm hoping they get to watch Pratt speak. But that is the Pratt camera right there at the Pratt party. And we're waiting for Steve Hilton to speak as well. So we'll show you Steve Hilton and Becerra when they both speak. But this is the Pratt watch party you're looking at right now. Hold on. Pratt watch party. Space Nomad said, I heard the Pratt party was closed off to media and made to be a private party. Now, again, AP still has a camera there somewhere because we're watching it. Oh, someone is speaking at the Hilton event. Hang on a moment. Is this? I think it's Gloria Romero is speaking. She's running for lieutenant governor. Let's go over to the Hilton event right now because Lieutenant Governor Gloria Romero is speaking there. So I'm going to put that on for you. No, we need to go here now. I'm going to get it on the screen for you right now. Gloria Romero is speaking.
Begin to make a difference for the state of California. And we have found something that you will not believe. First, we found that substance abuse funding was being reappropriated under the federal fraud prosecution limit of $1.5 million into 500 microgrants that funds a get out the vote system for Democrats. Why is this so crazy? Because you and I, the taxpayers of California, are paying to war against ourselves. And so when Becerra is all of a sudden the man of the hour, they activate their 500 plus NGO network and they say, guess who our guy is today? And we, the people of California, pay for them to knock doors, to harvest ballots, and to go to schools. This is explicitly illegal under their 501c3 charters. And Gavin Newsom's press office tried to defend it by saying that they are not engaged in partisan activity, which is the only kind of activity that they are a part of. And we immediately referred them to the U.S. DOJ. Our second case was a case of a Green New Deal scam in California. $1 billion dedicated to put solar panels on the roof of affordable housing in California. But there's just one problem. The affordable housing owners are developers, but the voters are the residents of those buildings. And so what they did, instead of spending $1 billion on the solar panels, is that they spent $72 million on solar panels and $928 million on get out the vote, community organizing, and political activity. Again, explicitly illegal under U.S. federal law. So just to have some fun, we referred that one to Sacramento, to the organization that oversees it, and guess what they've done? Absolutely nothing. So guess what we did with that one? We sent it over to the U.S. DOJ. Because when they do something that's illegal just a little bit, they're engaged in illegal activity, whether it is fine under U.S. law or under state law. They're breaking the law somewhere, and we are on the hunt to put these people in jail and tear down their systems of voter engagement so we can actually have a free and fair election in this state again. So by the time we were telling these stories, we said, hey, I bet there's more out there. We did one on homelessness. $745 million of homes we paid for the homeless in LA County are unused. They are empty right now. Not only did we pay exorbitant amounts for them, but they are empty, and there is no ruling that they have to put someone in them. This is why Spencer Pratt is going to be the next mayor of Los Angeles. Because Project Homekey is a money laundering system that the state of California has used to get Karen Bass elected, and they will not keep her in power because we are tearing them down. The last one, potentially the most astonishing of all, is an organization called Churla. And we fund Churla too. We spend our money to let them defend immigrants to stay in the country illegally. But we do more than that, as we discovered. And you know how we found this one? We read their federal filing forms. And on their own forms that they submit to the federal government, they told us 2 ways they are breaking federal law. And no one has cared enough before to do anything about it. The 2 ways are that they are hiring illegal immigrants to knock doors for candidates. They're hiring illegal immigrants to knock doors for candidates. We, the Californians that pay taxes, are hiring illegal immigrants to knock doors for Becerra. But we also pay for 3 offices in Mexico for immigrants who are about to come into the country to be informed about the loopholes so they can take advantage of Americans' generosity and loopholes in our legal system to come here, stay here illegally, and benefit from free healthcare, housing, schooling, food, and more. It is unacceptable. We will stop it. And guess what we did? We referred it to the DOJ. We have also been tracking arrests in hospice. The first week we started Doge, guess whose phone number I got? Nick Shirley. I love that guy. He is a national treasure, and we need him to spend as much time as possible in California. So every time he comes here, I need you guys to come to our events to support him and his work, because he is the most important strategic advantage that we have in the state right now to expose fraud and corruption. And about 30 minutes ago, my race was called. I'm in the top 2. I'm going to November. This is going to be fun because you know what we're going to spend the next couple of months doing? We're exposing fraud and waste every damn day. And we thought it would take a minute for y'all to pay attention, but it turns out this is actually the story of the midterm election. This is the story of California. These people are not just leading the state in the wrong direction, they are working actively to undermine you and the country that we love. We will not stand for it. The guy that I'm running against tonight is at under 50%. That is a warning sign for an incumbent. And his fraud, waste, and abuse will become public. So will Newsom's. So will Bonta's.
By the way, I thought this was Gloria Romero, but I'm not positive it is. The pictures I saw online of Gloria Romero looked like her, and they just had Herb Morgan and Michael Gates speak. So I was like, well, this must be Gloria Romero, but it might not be her. So my fault if it's not her. I was like, well, who else would it be? She really does look like the pictures. So I'm going to double check this. But again, I'm just explaining why I thought it was her. Luppy Puppy says it's her. I mean, it looks like her. And did she say that it's her? I didn't hear it. Anyways, I think it's her running through lieutenant governor. People are saying it is her, which would make sense. All right, let me put the speech back on.
Team together, and who said we're not going to wait to demonstrate to the people of California what they get when they elect us, because it's not promises, it's plans, it's change. We are already doing the work, and we are doing it for free. Imagine what we will do when we have commissions, when we have positions, when we have budgets, when we have programs. What we can do for the state of California is the most hopeful thing I have experienced in the decades that I have lived here. And we will do it together. I'm grateful to Steve for trusting me with the position as the director of CalDOJ. I will not stop. We are not done. This is going to happen all the way to the finish line. Thank you so much for coming tonight.
Jesus UCSB, our viewer, thanks Jesus, says, I can't wait until the late votes come in that are all Democratic and both Republicans are out. Whoa, really? Wow. That's what Jesus thinks is going to happen. Yeah, I mean, California is known for slow counting, guys. And remember, mail ballots, most people vote by mail. And as long as the ballot is postmarked by Election Day, they can come in, they can arrive up to 7 days late and still be counted. But I think from what I understand, we're going to see more votes come in tonight. Thank you, Jeff T88. Jeff says, the shocker, the vote reporting has stopped too close. The Dems will figure it out even if it takes weeks. Who told you it may take weeks? That's literally Decision Desk HQ said that California, that it could take days or weeks. I read you that earlier. I don't have the Bass speech. The Bass speech was strange. There was the normal cameras that I would have access to were not at the Bass event. AP didn't even have a camera at the Bass event. So I don't have the rights to the footage to her speech. No NOC Fire Org says California needs change. Audio Frequency, AudioFreq 2699 says, this was the first time I voted red in California in 30 years. Tanner Corey thinks there's a slight chance that Steyer could get into the top 2. Yeah, I mean, Steyer's expected, because Becerra is currently in second and Hilton is in first in the governor race, but the remaining votes are supposed to lean more Democratic. I mean, Steyer is trailing Hilton now only by about 7%. So, or he could take, maybe he could beat Becerra, although that's not expected to happen. Speaking of Becerra, I have my eyes on the Becerra rally and I have my eyes on the Hilton event, and they're supposed to speak soon. So as soon as they're speaking, I will put it on for you. NTOGOG thinks Becerra has the best interest of the blue-collar workers. Brandon says, will Pratt and Bass go head-to-head in the general election? If they are the top 2. Right now they're the top 2. All right, this camera is, well, I'm going to leave this camera on for a second, but I think Hilton's about to come out. What's this guy saying? Can we hear him or not? Can we hear this guy?
That we were hoping that we could possibly get some sort of interaction, but once you're inside there, you can tell that not a lot of opportunities.
Oh, is he with Fox or Fox LA or Fox News? Fox. I couldn't tell. I thought he maybe had a Fox thing on his mic, but I couldn't tell. I also don't know if it was local Fox. Long John Daly says it was local Fox. Oh, hold on. I think Steve Hilton is coming out. Give me a moment. Are we seeing Steve Hilton come out? Look, I'm seeing some activity at the Hilton event. Wait one moment here. This is the Hilton watch party. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Hold on a moment. He's about to speak.
Thank you, thank you. Well, you've been there right from the beginning. So you got all the gear. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We're not quite there. He's got a hat saying Governor Hilton. That's November, right? So about a week ago, when we were planning this event, I wanted to put a message on the stage here. And I wrote these words. And I thought, is that a little premature to write the words, change is coming? I don't think so, because change is coming. Change is coming to California. Change is coming to California, and it's long overdue. I want to just say something from my heart to every single person who's voted for me. We're not there yet, but it's looking good. It looks very much as if Californians really will have the chance to vote for change in November and take our state in a new direction, a fresh a fresh start for our state, which is long overdue. But I just want to say something to every single person who voted for me and every single person who voted in this election, whether you voted for me or not. I am here for you, for every single one of you. Because I have to tell you, it's the greatest honor of my life to stand before you now. Well over 1 million Californians have put their faith in me. The number is rising. But here's what I want to say as someone who is a new American citizen. So proud to be an American. So proud to be a Californian. What an incredible honor. The first time I've run for office, over 1 million people and rising, voting for me to take this incredible state in a new direction. And I know that some of you may be watching and saying, who is this guy with a funny accent? Thinks he can be governor of California. Well, you know, there was actually an immigrant who was governor of California not that long ago. Not that long ago. And I remember when I became an American citizen, that certain governor you may remember. He said, congratulations. He made a very nice video. He said, but Steve, you got to get the wrong jacket. You got the wrong jacket. And I made a pledge that day that one day I would get the jacket that Arnold told me to get on my road to being governor of California. And here it is. I am a proud American. There's the jacket. And I am a very proud Californian. A very proud Californian tonight. Arnold, that was for you. Yes, exactly. So, you didn't see it. All right. Look. And California. So I've been traveling this state for the last year. We started off a scrappy little startup, just a handful of rebels, believing that this state could be better than it is today. We're already the best place in the world, no question about that. There's nowhere better than California. But we all know that this state has gone off track and we need to get it back on track. And I've seen the struggle that Californians are facing today. That is the word, and it's a very sad thing to say about our beautiful state. And I've been on the road and doing hundreds of events and the town halls and all the people that come, and I see it in your eyes, the struggle of running a small business, the struggle for working people in California. Young people who don't see their future in California anymore, who think that they have to move to another state to have that dream of owning their own home that we used to offer better than anywhere else in the world. That's what we need to get back for California. The belief that we can offer that. And so to every young person watching in California, whether you voted for me or not tonight, I just want you to know that I see you. I believe in you. I know that you can do it. I know that we can do it. We can make California a place where when you work hard, it's not just a struggle. That's why my plan is so simple and practical, not ideological. We've had enough ideology in California, haven't we? It's time. It's time for positive, practical things. I'm fighting for working people in California so that you can keep more of what you earn. The best way to put money in people's pockets is to take less out of it in the first place. And that's what I'll do as your governor. Your first 100 grand tax-free. Simple, practical things to make life less of a struggle for working people and for small businesses. Most of my career has been in business. I've run small businesses, including restaurants. That is a tough business, by the way. And here's how we're going to help small business in California. Number one, simple, practical things. $800 every business has to pay to the government just for existing. That's crazy. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to help small business. Working people in California paying the highest gas prices in the country. That's insane when we have abundant oil reserves right here in California. As long as we are using oil and gas in California, let's use California oil and gas. That's the plan. And that way, we can get our gas prices down. $3 gas. That's the plan. Electric bills, the highest in the country, double the national average. We can have a sensible energy policy, cut your electric bills in half. This is the kind of thing that we need to make our state Cal-affordable. Cal-affordable. So we restore that basic dream, a good job where you make enough to raise your family in a home of your own, in a safe neighborhood with a good school so your kids can have a better life. That's the plan. That's what I'm fighting for every working person, every small business, every young person in California that wants to stay in this state. What have we done in California, the greatest place on earth, that people are leaving our state? For hundreds of years, people have come to California to follow their dreams. But now they're leaving. Well, that's what we're going to turn around. We are going to make California the best place in the world to start and run a business, to start and raise a family. This is the place. This is the place. This is the place where we're going to make that happen. And it's not just for all of us in California, not just for everyone in our state, our friends and neighbors, our families who are looking for a better life, that dream of a better life. It's actually really important for our country. Here's something you may have heard me say many times, and I'm going to say it tonight to everybody. This is not just any other state. California means to America what America means to the world. We have a responsibility to revive California so it is once again that symbol of everything that is great about our nation. Energy and optimism and ambition, the rebel spirit of California that's meant that over the centuries we've built the most incredible businesses and industries. We've turned barren land into the world's most fertile farmland, and when I'm governor, the water will be flowing to our farmers so we can grow the healthy food that's going to make our country and the world healthy again. Los Angeles, from a desert to the entertainment industry that turned the world into a place of joy and creativity. We're going to save our entertainment industry. We're going to bring Hollywood home. We are going to make every business, small, medium, every sector. That's who I'm fighting for. The energy, the optimism, the ambition, the innovation. We've got it all here in California. We've got everything we need for this state to be amazing again. We've got the most magnificent natural beauty. We've got the best weather. We've got the best people right here. We got the entrepreneurs and the innovators. We got the best universities. We've got everything we need in this state. We've got the rebel spirit. We've got the hustle. We've got the attitude. We've got everything we need to make California golden again, except for a good governor. And very soon, we will have that as well. We are gonna make that change happen. Change is coming. Change is coming to California. Change is coming. 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 And by the way, not just to California, it looks very much like change is coming to Los Angeles as well. How about that? I think a certain outsider candidate for mayor looks like he's doing pretty well tonight as well. I don't know what it is. Maybe something about what's gone wrong in California is that we've got a failed and broken system, and you've got a couple of outsiders who've never run for office before. leading in the race for governor, looking like he's going to be in the race for mayor. This is our moment. This is our time. It is the time for change. It's time for some balance. We are going to make that happen. And I just want to say, finally, a massive thank you to every single person who's helped make that happen, starting with every single one of you right here in this room. I know from everything I've ever been able to achieve in my life, it's never one person. It is always a team. And I'm proud, by the way, to be the first candidate for governor to put together a team to run, to bring the change we need. And I want to say thank you to my great running mates. Gloria Romero running for lieutenant governor. Michael Gates, the fighter from Huntington Beach, for attorney general. I see Herb Morgan out there. He's going to help us find all that waste in our government so we can cut taxes, cut spending, and get money back to you. That's the golden...
Okay, we just saw Pratt speak, and I think Becerra is Becerra speaking? Hold on a second here. Xavier Becerra is speaking right now. Hold on. Xavier Becerra is speaking right now. Let me put him on. Wait. There he is, Xavier Becerra. Hang on a moment.
Called along the way to drop out and save us all the trouble. Well, guess what? The underdog stayed in the fight. Like my parents, I never gave up. Never stopped putting one foot in front of the other. Never stopped believing in the beacon-like goodness of California. And thankfully, neither did you. Because we know the true miracle of democracy is this. After all the exhausting ads are run, the pundits are spun, and the billionaires try to buy their way in, it's the people, only the people, who get the last word. And tonight, the people of the great state of California, in the greatest nation on earth, have spoken. Loudly and proudly. And while I take nothing for granted, there are lots of ballots left to be counted. It appears that we are on track to advance to November. One step closer to the son of those hard-working immigrants, Maria and Manuel Becerra, becoming the next governor of the great state of California. Now that's more than a Hollywood ending, more than a milestone. It's the everyday miracle of living in a state that regularly makes the improbable seem inevitable. And I couldn't have done it without you. The doctors who clocked double shifts but still found time to canvass. The teachers who became our best volunteers the minute the afternoon school bell rang. The small business owners and union members who kept our economy running by day while walking door to door at night. The firefighters, the janitors, the caregivers, the nurses and longshoremen, the students. Most of all, I wouldn't be here without Carolina, Clarissa, Olivia, and Natalia. You are my superpower. You are my secret sauce. Everything I do for families just like ours who deserve their shot at the California dream. You know, I ran for the job because I know how important California is as a shining light to the world, radiating hope, freedom, opportunity, an unwavering belief in science, public schooling, enterprise, and foundational justice and human rights. California is America on fast forward. It's gleaming spotlights on the better angels of a more perfect union. A preview of an America, not just for the privileged or the partisans, but for all the people, by the people. An economic engine so powerful, so diverse, with more jobs, more capital, more R&D, more GDP. We lift up the entire nation. We are America's center tent pole. But I also know there are powerful forces aligned to darken our light. Distrust, disinformation, division, and distraction. Make no mistake, those forces did not want tonight to happen because their success depends on our failure. The last thing these forces want is a working class governor with a law degree and a union card ready to call them out. They know that I can't be bought. They know I can't be bullied. And they know I will not back down. Now, we also recognize that despite all of California's growth and innovation, wealth and workforce, there are still too many Californians who feel shut out, priced out of the winner's circle. They feel disconnected from the economy, from our government, from the job market, the housing market, and from one another. In this new world, it feels like the old guarantees no longer apply, and the promise of a brighter future is an artifact of the past. For all of California's greatness, we sometimes struggle to meet the standards we set for ourselves, or to be the example that a divided nation or the next generation of dreamers so desperately need us to be. Which is why, as your governor, I am ready to lead the fight to uphold California's promise. To make sure we have the governance worthy of our gifts. To ensure everyone, regardless of where you live, what you've learned, who you love, how you look, everyone has a rung on California's ladder of opportunity. It starts with access to affordable homes. We are going to launch a building revolution in California, starting with the thousands of shovel-ready housing projects already in the pipeline. And in America's wealthiest nation state, no excuse is acceptable for allowing people to live unsafely on our streets. A healthy economy also needs healthy communities. So we'll restore the promise of affordable health care with universal access in California, including our underserved and rural communities. We'll expand our global leadership on climate, safeguard our air, our water, and our coastline. And we will never surrender green growth jobs of the future to Washington politics or international competitors. We will invest in our schools like we mean it. Expand early education, childcare, and paid family leave, the real family values. We will fortify our second-to-none system of higher education, delivering the next generation of California leaders. We will defend our children from the epidemics of gun violence and dangerous street drugs, and treat public safety like a first-order principle, because it is. We'll be big-hearted, sure, but tight-fisted with our taxpayer dollars. We'll build a government that runs not on promises, but on time and under budget. And one that holds itself accountable when it doesn't. We will protect the right to vote for every voter, for every community, in every corner of California. And we will defend the rights of women. No exception, no equivocation, no retreat. We will do all of these things because the world today needs California's shining example more than ever. It's optimism, it's inclusion, it's ambition and invention. That is what makes America great. Not the wealth and privilege, but one people, e pluribus unum, lifting all boats. You know, we have a White House that ran on America first and an affordable middle class. And almost immediately, they ran away from their own promises. Now the country is mired in an economy without mooring, a war without purpose, a job market without prospects, and an American community without common ground. Donald Trump is doubling down on decline and counting on people being too fearful, distracted, or gullible to fight back. Well, he didn't count on us. As governor, I will never back down from the threats of small cowards in big offices. I sued Trump more than 120 times before, and I won, and I won, and I won. And anyone who wants to come at California will have to go through me. And here's the good news. California is bigger than Trump. Our values are undeniable and undeportable. And one day, when power's pendulum swings back against the chaos, the cruelty, and the corruption, when all that remains of MAGA are broken promises, unpaid debts, and empty ballrooms, the world will look once again for American renewal and for the state of California to lead the way. More than ever, California needs our voices and our values. To the people and voters of California, this is your state. Este es tu estado. We will not be bought, we will not be bullied, and we are never backing down. California, thank you very much. November, here we come.
All right, so that was Xavier Becerra. Certainly looks like he's going to be in the top two. We don't know for sure. These races have not been called. Again, odds are it'll be, from what I understand, Becerra and Hilton. They are leading the top two. You can see on the right there. It's possible that Steyer could catch up some. And I mean, we still have about half the ballots out. And again, the remaining ballots are supposed to lean more Democratic than roughly the first half. And then, with the mayor race, I mean, right now we have about half the votes in or so, and seems like it'll take a lot for Raman to catch up to Pratt. In theory, it could happen, but it hasn't been called yet. But certainly, it looks like right now the favorites would be Bass and Pratt to go to the runoff. It's great that we did get to see Pratt speak. I didn't know if we'd be able to, but Pratt. They put the reporters, they took them out of the main room and put it in this little side area, but he did come out and take questions, and we got to see Pratt speak, which was good. So I'm glad we were able to bring you that. And, but, in both of these races, it's an uphill climb for Spencer Pratt or Steve Hilton if they get into the runoff, because California is so Democratic, but we'll have to see what happens. I am seeing MS Now is calling that Karen Bass advanced. So MS Now, and one of our viewers said CNN called it, which I haven't seen. So MS Now is projecting that Karen Bass will be one of the two who advances in the mayor race. Let me just, obviously I need to fix this headline here. California... results coming in for LA mayor and CA governor primaries. See. Okay. I want to read some comments from you guys too. And maybe what I'll do is, we don't have to have this camera on. I'll throw up on the screen. Why don't we put, you never know who's going to speak at the Pratt event. So let's just keep an eye on the Pratt event. Oh, by the way, I hope that was in Los Angeles. What I was just showing you was Becerra. That's Los Angeles. Now the Pratt event is in, is that in Los Angeles too? Let's see. Well, Pratt, of course, is in Los Angeles. Yes, Pratt is in Los Angeles, definitely, because he's running for mayor. Well, yeah, that's Los Angeles too. All right, hold on. I'm going to put the Pratt event up. Let's see, right here. So there is the Pratt event right there. But again, that's not the main. It's like the side area where they're keeping the journalists. So I don't know if we're going to see anything there. But we might as well keep it up for a second. You never know. You never know who might come out. By the way, quick thanks to Angelo Valdez 88. Thanks, Angelo. And Dark Sunray for the memberships. Very nice of Dark Sunray. Check Your Mirror. Thanks so much, Check Your Mirror. Oh, it's like a reporter speaking or something. Hold on. What's happening now? Can't hear it. Just music. Just music right now. Also, thank you to... I really appreciate that. Dark Sunray, thank you. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your note. Crazy Yoda. Thank you so much, Crazy Yoda, for your support. Crazy Yoda thought Pratt gave... Oh, no. Crazy Yoda thought Steve Hilton gave a good speech with no teleprompter and or notes. Thanks, Honeybee Fly and Sean Ryder. Now, Sean said he's not reading a script 100% genuine. I don't know if Sean was talking about Hilton or Pratt. I think he might have been talking about Hilton. Sean said he speaks from the heart, not a script. Thanks, I Am Charlie and Phil Ramos and Linus Blanket. I'm going to take some more comments here. The Policeman says, good luck, California. I hope Javier doesn't win. Why don't I make these a little bigger now, by the way? Keep an eye on the camera too. And yeah, I mean, there's still so many votes out. It's roughly about half the vote is still out. And it may be different. It's supposed to be more democratic, the second half. Most people vote by mail in California. So we had viewers who, dropped their ballot off today. So that's not going to get counted right away, presumably. Shannon Moore says, as a Californian, it's baffling to me that anyone here still wants the blue status quo. Here's to higher house prices and $8 gas. The live ended. So that was our no more live feeds. Well, I will say, AP did a good job of getting Spencer Pratt live. So what I'm going to do now is, let me do this. I'm going to make this big on the screen here. Get rid of that. And show you here the two. There's mayor. The two races. There's mayor and where's governor? Maybe I'll put that there and then I'll put the governor below me. Trying to do this. There's mayor and there's governor. By the way, a little background on Steve Hilton. If you're wondering about Steve Hilton, a little background here. Hold on. Wikipedia says, let me just show you what Wikipedia says about Steve Hilton. Who we saw speak. Steve Hilton is a British and American conservative political commentator, former political advisor, and contributor for the Fox News Channel. He served as Director of Strategy for British Prime Minister David Cameron from 2010 to 2012. He hosted The Next Revolution, a weekly current affairs show for Fox News from 2017 to 2023. He is a proponent of what he calls positive populism and is a strong endorser of U.S. President Trump. He was a co-founder of the crowdfunding platform CrowdPack, but resigned as CEO in 2018. He is a candidate in the 2026 California gubernatorial election. Relaxation Time says, congrats, Governor Becerra, California Governor Becerra. So that's what our viewer thinks. It's going to eventually be Becerra. Certainly, Becerra would be the favorite if it's him and Hilton. Seraphim Sting says, if you actually think a Republican governor will help California, you are so far gone in the head. Kai says, Pratt Pack, rise up. No, Spencer Pratt talked before, and I believe AP is rerunning his feed on one of their channels. He gave interviews before. I don't have a camera of him talking. He was talking before. We had that before. Tui thinks Red Wave is coming in November. Let me also try to get you some updates here. Oh, AP has also called. Now, I don't know why they're not calling it on AP has called that Karen Bass will be one of the people advancing. Karen Bass, they say, after a shaky first term marked by the most destructive wildfire in city history, the Democrat Karen Bass has qualified for a runoff. Bass has acknowledged that her time in office has been bumpy, but pointed to reductions in homelessness and a historically low homicide rate in the nation's second most populous city. She is a former member of Congress and the first black woman to serve as mayor. According to Decision Desk HQ, her approval rating is in the 20s. But she is going to be one of the two candidates who advances to the mayor runoff in November. Thomas Carlson thinks Steyer is gaining. We saw Steyer speak too. We'll have to see. Again, this could take, it's very likely we will not have both races called tonight. AP says Nithya Raman says her vision for LA threatens some very powerful forces. I did not, unfortunately, have footage of her tonight. Addressing supporters, Raman thanked backers for sustaining her positive outlook on how the city should be run. She decried the City Hall insiders, the corporations who have spent years making sure City Hall worked for them and not for the people. A former ally of Mayor Bass, the progressive Raman was elected to the city council with support from the Democratic Socialists of America. A Democrat, she has campaigned on promises to reduce inequality, revive the slumping entertainment industry, and build more housing. Oh, there's an interesting story about Iowa that I wanted to mention. AP reports Representative Randy Feenstra his defeat is a rare loss by a Trump-backed candidate this primary season. So Randy Feenstra was running for the Republican nomination for Iowa governor, and he lost to. Let me show you that real quick. Iowa governor. So President Trump had endorsed Randy Feenstra, but he lost. Oh, that's the wrong primary. Here it is. See, so that's Iowa Governor Randy Feenstra, who was Trump endorsed. Close race. Only about 1,600 votes separate them, but Feenstra got 37.01%, and Zach Lahn, who previously worked for conservative political organization Americans for Prosperity, got 37.79%. AP says Zach Lahn championed policies that appeal to Iowa's conservative grassroots supporters, including a total ban on abortion and keeping liberal ideology out of public school classrooms. He also embraced the MAHA, Make America Healthy Again movement. So again, President Trump had endorsed Feenstra. AP says it's a rare loss by a Trump-backed candidate this primary season. The Rock, our viewer, says, in the governor race, The Rock says, I hope it's Hilton versus Steyer. They both seem more genuine. There was another, speaking of Iowa, there was an also interesting thing about the governor's race there. So, in Iowa, what am I looking at here? Iowa governor. Oh, no, Iowa Senate, I think I'm looking at. Okay, so that's Iowa Senate. That's the, let me give you a little update on that too. What was that, the race I was looking up earlier? Hold on, hang on a moment here. That's Iowa Democratic Senate. Josh Turek, born with spina bifida, Josh Turek is a two-time Paralympic gold medalist in wheelchair basketball, and he has twice won a Trump-leaning state house district. So he won that, and he will be the Democratic candidate. Decision Desk HQ says some Democrats view Turek as a stronger general election candidate. Walz was the more progressive of the two candidates. Was there Senate polling? Not that much polling. Anyways, I wanted to update you on that. There was another race I want to mention. Maybe it was the Montana one. Let me go back to the mayor race. Put that up there. So we have mayor and governor up there, and also, what was it here? Oh, there was an interesting thing with the Montana Democratic Senate race, because there's going to be an independent in Montana running for the seat, for the Senate seat. And one of the candidates running for Democrat, the Democratic nomination, might drop out if they don't want to split the non-Republican vote. But the other one is less likely to drop out. Let me just put this up here for a second. This is Montana Senate. Democrat. So, okay, Bankhead won. So here's what Decision Desk HQ said about this Montana Senate race. They say, in Montana's open U.S. Senate race, some Democrats want to make sure the right candidate wins their primary. Should Air Force veteran Alani Bankhead win, and she did win, She may drop, the thinking goes, she may drop out to allow independent Seth Bodnar to have a one-on-one race against the former U.S. Attorney Kurt Alme, the likely Republican nominee. But Riley Neal, who finished second, she said that if she wins, she would stay in the race, which could have split the non-Republican vote because you're going to have an independent and a Republican running in Montana. So she did not win. So Riley Neal said she was going to stay in the race if she won, but she did not win. I don't know if Bankhead will drop out, but Decision Desk HQ is saying that some Democrats preferred Bankhead win this nomination because she's more likely to drop out and let the independent run one-on-one against the Republican candidate. Anyways. I just wanted to mention that. Oh, Decision Desk HQ has now projected that Karen Bass will advance. They put up a green, you can see there's a green arrow next to her. So they have her projected. We do have a projection from Decision Desk HQ is that Karen Bass will be one of the two finalists. They haven't made any projection in the governor race. Yes, the voting is in November, the general election, as Mastermind says. Pre-breakfast banana says Montana playing democracy chess. Now, some people said in the chat that betting odds went down on Spencer Pratt. Yeah, I don't know why that is. I'm looking at, just to be clear. Well, it didn't go down by half. Well, it looks, I'm looking at like the Kalshi site said that, I mean, a couple hours ago, the odds on Spencer Pratt dropped from like 21.7 to 14.2. Is that what you're talking? I mean, at least on Kalshi doesn't look like anything just huge changed, unless I'm. Oh, are you saying? I think I see what are you saying right at the end there? Yeah, it doesn't look like to me that. What I can see is in the last little bit of time, in the last few minutes on the Kalshi site, Nithya Raman had been a 7.2% odds to win the mayor race, and now she's at 13. I don't know if somebody placed a big bet on her or what. So, I mean, the odds on Kalshi and Polymarket just depend on how the betting's coming in. So I don't know if that's what you're referring to. I didn't see his odds be cut in half, unless you're talking about a different market. Yeah, a similar thing happened on Polymarket a short while ago, because I'm looking at it, I think, if I'm looking at it right now. Well, did it? Let's see. Now I don't see it. Well, about what, an hour ago? Couple hours ago. Yeah, I mean, when I look at Polymarket, I see about 3 hours ago, Pratt went from about went from about 20 to about 14. But I don't know why that is. I mean, I know why it is because of the betting, but I don't know why certain money came in. So I can't answer that question. But yeah, those odds are just going to change because money is coming in on certain candidates. So maybe there's people out there who think that Raman is going to catch up to Pratt, and they want to get some money in on it. Oh, okay. So for example, guys, listen to this. Here's maybe why, here's it. This is interesting. So there've been a couple of, there've been some small, we haven't seen many votes come in LA over the last couple hours, but we've seen some. So Zachary Danini 3 minutes ago, Zachary Danini is with VoteHub, and he said that in the latest several thousand votes that came in the latest two bunches of votes that came in, Raman has been outpacing Pratt by about 13.7%, which is above the threshold she needs. So Pratt's lead on Raman has dropped a bit. And again, there's lots more votes to come in. And the votes that are still out there are supposed to be more Democratic than the first part. So there have been a couple over the last half an hour or so. There have been some votes that have come in, not that many, but in the thousands. And Raman has been catching up a bit on Pratt. And remember what DDHQ had said. DDHQ had said that they said before the votes were counted, they said we can see a key pattern in returned ballots that seems likely to make initial returns more Republican than the final results will be. That's because the competitive gubernatorial election, the competitive governor's race, clearly led many registered Democrats to wait until the last minute to vote. So this could take days and days. I mean, I don't think we're supposed to get it. Yeah, I mean, there was, I was reading you, and the California races could take days or weeks, according to Decision Desk HQ. And I also mentioned that the LA Times had said something about that too. And when the mail-in ballots come in, and they can come in, they could come in after today, if they were put in the mail today. The LA Times said the mail-in ballots must be inspected and have signatures verified, and they're accepted for up to 7 days after the election day. They also said that. Well, hold on a second here. They said the first results would probably be more conservative. And as for when we'll know, several experts told the LA Times that there's a good chance that the LA mayor race will not be called. The primary will not be called tonight. And governor could take days or weeks, according to Decision Desk HQ. Oh, thank you to Miss Link. Miss Link, thanks for your support. Let me mention some other things here. Miss Link gave 20 memberships. That's so nice of you. Please thank Miss Link if you got a membership. Thanks also to Jesus UCSB, who says, as a Californian, I have a message for all the Republicans complaining about California and Texas. Move! Sign Team Blue Governor Becerra. That's what Jesus said. Most of the votes in California are mail-in votes. Washington Post says California has taken days, sometimes weeks, to tally enough votes to project winners. The Post says Democratic politics have dominated California for decades. Becerra saw a sudden rise recently. Remember, Eric Swalwell, who is a frontrunner, dropped out of the race after allegations of sexual assault and misconduct. For months, Becerra had been trailing in polls, and few people saw him as a formidable candidate, says the Post. After Swalwell's departure, many voters coalesced behind Becerra. He has the most extensive political resume of all the candidates, having served in Congress for more than 2 decades before Newsom appointed him as the state's attorney general and President Biden selected him to be his health secretary. Steyer positioned himself as the most progressive candidate in the governor race, with stances on immigration and health care that went further left than Becerra and the other Democrats. However, this message coming from a billionaire who has poured more than $200 million of his own money into his campaign has been a tough sell with some of California's billionaire-wary voters, says the Post. Still, Steyer's populist platform and ubiquitous advertising launched him to the top tier of candidates, but we do not know if he'll be able to catch up and finish in the top 2. Steve Hilton has been able to consolidate Republican support in the governor race, buoyed by a Trump endorsement in April. If Hilton advances to November alongside a Democrat, he faces tough odds in a deep blue state. Pepe says Bass cheated. I have not seen any reports claiming that Bass cheated that I would consider reliable. Or even well-sourced. Karen Bass just posted and said, I love you, LA. Look, guys. Karen Bass. AP projects she will advance to the runoff. Karen Bass said, I love you, LA. Oh, hey guys, I just saw a quick update about Kuwait I wanted to mention, even though we were not covering that. Okay, guys, check this out. This is from, hold on a second here. I'm going to mention this. So the Kuwait reports that the missiles and drones, do I have the English version? hang on. Kuwait said that the Iranian missiles and drones caused damage at their airport. So let me show you this real quick. This is from Kuwait News Agency. Oops, you can't see it. Hang on. How can I get this on the screen for you? General Civil Aviation Authority activation of the emergency plan at Kuwait International Airport following the targeting of the passenger terminal T1 building with drones and missiles from the Iranian aggression, resulting in severe damage to a number of airport facilities in addition to recording human injuries, suspension of flights and diversion of flights to alternative airports until further notice. Wow. So Kuwait reports, I'll just post that. Iranian drones and missiles targeted the passenger terminal T1 building causing severe damage to a number of airport facilities. In addition to recording human injuries. Sorry. So I just wanted to mention that because, you know, Iran had fired missiles at Kuwait earlier today. And I didn't hear about new ones fired in the last couple hours. So I'm assuming this was some of the previous missiles, maybe from today they fired. But again, the Kuwaiti government says that Iran fired missiles at a passenger terminal at Kuwait International Airport. It caused severe damage to a number of airport facilities, in addition to human injuries, and there has been suspension of flights and diversion of flights to alternative airports until further notice. Who do I think will end up winning? Says Bob T. I have no idea. Again, Raman has started to catch up a bit on Pratt, which was expected to happen some, but will she be able to catch up enough? We don't know. Steyer possibly might do better in roughly the second half of ballots that are going to come in, but how much better, we don't know. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, by the way. I appreciate your support. She says, it's horrible to hear about chaos restarting in Iran. Well, there was exchange of fire today, which we covered, so I don't want to get super into that right now. You can watch our previous stream. But yeah, I mean, there's been exchange of fire on a bunch of the days in the last week and a half. Today might have been the most intense, though. So we'll see what happens there. But still, technically, there's a ceasefire, the U.S. says. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Yeah, it is concerning. Thanks also, Steel Booking, for the membership. Hey, shout out to our moderators who have been here. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Thank you so much. Ruth is moderating right now. Thank you so much, Ruth. And all of our other moderators who've been over on YouTube. Thank you. On Twitch, Idaho Star, Matthew, Kohai 3, and Sarah, all there, and all of our other Twitch mods. Thanks. Thanks, Koagoose, for subscribing on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha over on X. On Facebook, Darren, Charlo, K. Lowry, Body. Thanks for moderating there. Thanks, Susan Priest Buchner, for subscribing, by the way. And Brian Davio, thanks for subscribing. Heather Lorscheider says, the Democrats have more votes. If you look at the amount spread between all the candidates, they'll all show up in November and Becerra will win. That's what Heather believes. This vote count is, I mean, the last several hours it's been quite slow. Probably the last 2 or 3 hours it's been like 20,000 new votes in the LA race. Oh, thanks, Timmy Dank, for the memberships. Hey, Timmy Dank, I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Let me show you. Let's just take a look here over at the mayor race. If we go to the counties, make this a little bigger here. Let's remove this one for a second. If we go to the counties, can we get to the counties? Oh, you know what? The problem is, it's Los Angeles. Obviously, you can't go to counties because this is all in one county. What I really meant, though, is if we go to the different parts of Los Angeles, I don't have it. If for the governor's race, I can go to the counties. With this race, I cannot go to the different parts of Los Angeles and see hey, this neighborhood is reporting this many and this many and this many. Although I don't even know how that, I don't even know where those numbers would be. I don't know if that gets reported. Because maybe all the votes get sent to a central processing facility. So, but my point is, I don't have a sense of what neighborhoods, what parts of the city of Los Angeles these come from. That could be helpful information if you knew that, but I have no idea, and I don't even know if that's publicly available. But there's no further breakdown here available on DDHQ of it's just city of Los Angeles. I can't tell you the neighborhoods or anything. So that does not help us. Whereas in the governor's race, if we knew that, most of the outstanding votes are from this county or from this county, that might help us. But we cannot do that here. Yeah, George Harrison Ford says they should be able to track which locations have reported precincts. So I don't have that information. And you would also have to know about the precincts and how they vote. But I don't have that here. I have this. I just have the raw, just the total vote here. David Tanderos says just wait overnight. Bass will have 150%, 115% of the votes. Hey, by the way, I'll have you know, LA Times says that they report that ballot counting is going smoothly in LA County. And a county spokesperson said to the LA Times that the counting is going as expected. And there will be periodic updates throughout the night. Now, LA City is part of LA County, but I don't have a good sense of when all these votes are going to start being reported. No idea. But remember, you know, this Zachary Danini, I think it is, with Vote Hub. He said in the last couple updates in the city race, in the mayor race, Raman did better than she needed to, in theory, to catch up to Pratt. But she would have to keep doing that. Thanks, Don Coe, who's watching over there on X. Excuse me. Sorry. Countess Who says, how is Bass ahead Cheese Whiz? I guess the Bakersfield hostage situation is still going on, I believe. At least that's the latest I've seen from the police. They've released 2 hostages. KGET says it entered its 9th hour. And that was an hour ago. Why does the LA mayor candidate race have no candidate party signs? It's a nonpartisan primary. I don't know exactly how that works, but they're just all nonpartisan, I believe. I'd have to look up as to why. Maybe it's the law there. Oh, right here. Let's see. All local elections in California are nonpartisan, says Wikipedia. So they do say, sorry, not Wikipedia. Gemini AI says that the ballot, the party ballot is legally blank when it comes to parties. So again, it sounds like maybe it's the law that on the mayor race you can't have the party listed on it. Do they count mail or in person first? I don't know. So most of the votes are mail votes. As I understand it, most of the votes are mail-in votes, which can also be dropped off. So I don't know. I'm guessing some of the earliest votes counted are early mail-in votes, but I don't know when when the other votes get counted. Although I believe the last votes to get counted might be, remember, you could mail in a vote today, and if it gets postmarked today, it can show up to 7 days later. But I don't know exactly when everything gets counted. Nearly 90%, by the way, of the 2024 presidential election votes in California were done by mail. And then, so let's see here. And then the mail-in ballots have to have the signatures matched on them. And then if there's an issue, then I believe county registrars need to contact the voter and give them a chance to correct it. LAist reports that in 2024, in the 2024 primary, it took about a week to call a city council race. 2 city council races. The New York Times says that the initial votes counted would be early in-person votes, and early mail-in ballots that got sent in. Okay. Okay. After that, according to the Times, after that, the next that will come in would be in-person votes cast on election day. But the New York Times article said that most of the last-minute votes submitted in envelopes, mail-in or dropped off, won't be counted until later in the week. That could, in theory, be millions of votes in California, says the Times. And like other outlets, they say the data indicates that the latter votes that come in will be more Democratic than the earlier votes. So again, it's going to take a while. Everything I'm seeing suggests it's going to take a while. The Washington Post had an article 2 years ago called Why Does California Take So Long to Count Votes? They said Californians have a strong tendency to vote by mail. About 90% of votes cast in California's primaries and general election in 2022, and I also believe in 2024, were mailed in. Mail ballots generally take longer to count because they require additional processing. Electoral officials, for instance, must compare the signatures on the mail-in ballots to those on the file. If they don't match, county election officials are obliged by law to reach out to voters to verify their signature to ensure that their ballot can be counted. Also, provisional votes. Votes for voters whose registration can't be immediately confirmed on Election Day are given provisional ballots. These are usually counted after Election Day. California has ranked high in the number of provisional votes cast. Those are some of the reasons. Oh, some more votes came in for mayor. Hey, did Raman catch up a little bit more, guys? We just saw about what, 12,000 votes come in for mayor? Hang on a moment. I'll have to go back and look. Let's see. I got to go back on my own stream and see what it was before. I'm watching my own stream. All right, so before it was, about 13,000 votes came in. So before, Pratt was leading by about 32,600 votes. And now Pratt is leading by 31,000 votes. So Raman picked up, Pratt was winning by 32,600 roughly, and now Pratt's leading Raman by 31,100. So in the last update, Raman caught up by about 1,000 votes. And he's still up by 31,000. But the last several batches that have come in, she has caught up some. Oh, let me also mention something else. Speaking of catching up, someone else I want to mention. Hang on. Let's talk about the governor race for a second. I saw something from I need a moment. So Ellis Bates, who is with VoteHub, said that Steyer needs to be Hilton by about 14 points in late mail to advance. And Ellis Bates says recent drops from Election Day are showing signs that he could do that. So Steyer is not out yet either. Thanks, Dan Deegan, by the way. Thanks also Sean Ryder, who thinks Steve Hilton won. Well, again, we'll have to see how things go as more votes come in. Thanks, Crypto King, for shouting out the mods. Thanks, Seraphim Seraphim Sting. Wolfman thinks Hilton is definitely going to the runoff. Kuwait, again, as I mentioned, Kuwait suspended commercial flights after Iranian drone attack on the airport. The airport in Kuwait had reopened on June 1st, says AP. It's 2:41 a.m. where I am. So I have a thought. My schedule is so messed up, by the way, because we did this stream a couple days ago. We did this stream where, what was it? I can't remember. It was Middle East stuff, wasn't it? Weren't we on talking about Middle East stuff? It was the we were waiting to see if Israel would strike Beirut. It was Middle East stuff and the war and whether Israel would strike Beirut. So that stream was like from like midnight till like 11 a.m. and that really screwed everything up. So I really have not eaten much today. And I was holding off on eating until after this stream. But what I could do is just make my food and eat and then keep the stream up and then just see where we're at when I finish eating. If for the people who want to keep watching the numbers come in. I mean, because I don't know, are we going to get a bunch of numbers in the next hour or like no, very little? I don't know. But I don't mind keeping it up longer. I'll just have to eat something to stay on, So why don't I do that? I'm not going to eat right the second. I need to take about 5 minutes and put my food in, but I'll just do that. And And I don't know if I can make this any bigger. It's kind of hard here. Let's see if I do this. Let's do that. What I should do is just get, well, I'll leave that up here. I'm going to take about 5 minutes. Because you don't know. Maybe while I'm eating, there'll be some big update. So I'll take about 5 minutes and put the food in, and then I'll come back. Steve will be back in around 5 minutes. Oh, what I should do, actually. Here's what I should do. I know what I should do. Give me a moment. This is what I should do. Let's get this like this so you can actually see that it's the governor race. There we go. There we go. All right, so give me about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna come back after 5 minutes. I'll put my food in right now. It's so, oh my, I can't. It's so crazy. It doesn't seem like it's 3 a.m. my time, but it is. All right, so give me about 5 minutes. I'm coming back. All right, I'm making my food in the air fryer. Any more votes come in? I don't know that we got any more, and doesn't look like any more came in the mayor race. Doesn't look like any more, not many more came in the governor race either. Uh-oh. Hold on. I can hear myself twice. Let me do something real quick. Hold on. Hold on one moment. Yeah, but remember, it is expected that Raman will catch up some to Pratt. The question is by how much? And it's expected that Steyer is going to do some catching up as well. So I don't know. We'll have to, I'm kind of interested in seeing how this plays out. We very well might not get a race call tonight, but we're going to stay with it for a little while and see what happens. By the way, Bahrain announced that earlier today, you can't see it. Earlier today, Bahrain said they intercepted and destroyed 3 missiles and a number of drones in the earlier Iran attacks today. They said they intercepted 3 missiles and destroyed a number of drones. The only person projected to advance in either of these primaries so far is Karen Bass. By the way, for those who follow these things, so over the last hour or so, about an hour ago, Pratt was there's a on Polymarket there's a there's a market for who will win the mayoral election. And about an hour ago, Pratt was at 13% and Raman was at 12%. Well, now Pratt is down to 10% and Raman's at 16%. So over the last hour, you see Pratt dropping a bit on the betting market and Raman going up a bit. Okay, give me 1 sec. 1 sec. I need about 15 seconds. Oh, I think, you know what? I see what people are talking about. Oh, I think people, when they talked about, there was a big shift in the odds on Kalshi because, people might have been talking about this. One of the Kalshi markets is who will advance, who will be the winners in the primary, not the whole election, in the primary. And Originally, there were 3 candidates, but Karen Bass got called. So is that what happened? Well, no, actually, that didn't happen. I'm sorry, that's different. I see what people are talking about. So what happened is, so forget that I said that. Between Raman and Pratt, at about an hour ago, Pratt was like a 67.5% chance to advance, and Raman was 30.6% chance. This might have been what people were talking about. Then very suddenly that changed, and Raman went up. Then they were about even. If you go to the Kalshi, who will advance in the Los Angeles mayor election? Maybe when one of the vote dumps came in or something, but again, Pratt was at about 67%, Raman was about 30%, and then all of a sudden, pretty much, they moved up to about even. That was on the Kalshi, who will advance in the Los Angeles mayoral election. And again, that happened about an hour ago. But that market isn't who will win the race. Ultimately, it's who will advance tonight. Ishai says a lot of that is the odds being lucrative and people taking risks. But you could see those odds change as, these different groups of votes come in. Cesar de Geronimo says, I voted for Steve Hilton today in San Francisco. Glad I didn't ignore the elections. Oh, yes. Votes are expected to come in throughout the night. They are expected to come in. I just don't know how many and how fast, but they are expected to. Life Spaces Builders Corp thinks Bass is a disgrace to all the fire victims and those who lost everything while she gallivanted around Africa. Unbelievable. Yeah, we'll probably cover I think maybe we might cover the Maine primary. Is that what you're asking about, Evelyn in Maine? We might be on for that. Oh, hold on a second. Let's keep an eye on these numbers, especially that it says 399,000 in Los Angeles mayor. So when that changes, we know more votes came in. Hang on a moment here. So we'll have to keep an eye on it. But there's some experts out there who are looking and saying, here's how the candidates need to do. Here's how Raman needs to do or Steyer needs to do to catch up. And they'll be seeing each batch that comes in, how well they're doing and whether they're meeting that benchmark or not. All right, give me about 15 more seconds. Hold on. So what's going to happen in a couple minutes is I'm going to eat in a couple minutes, and then leave the stream up just to see, because I don't know. There might be a bunch of votes that come in. So the percent of votes counted, I'm sorry that that's not displayed up there for the mayor race. You can see it for the governor, and I think it's similar for the mayor. For the governor, it's about 57%. It says it up there. For the mayor, it is right now. Well, hold on a second here. About half of the vote is in. About 50% of the vote is in for mayor. Zixi says Hilton is increasing his lead. I mean, what I will say about California is some of these counties can be very different than each other, and they're not coming in at the same time. So if you look at the if I do this with the governor race here, I'm gonna put this over here. With the governor race here, if I go to the counties, if you can see this, where are the counties? Why is it like this? This is all fidgety again. Here it is. See the counties here, like LA County, Becerra is winning by 7. Orange County, Hilton winning by 16. So as batches come in, I mean, some of them are going to be more favorable to Hilton, some for Becerra, and others, and Steyer is up in a couple counties. Santa Barbara, Steyer. So there's. We'll have to just see how things. But if a particular batch comes in, just because it favors Becerra or Hilton or Bianco is winning Riverside County or whoever, doesn't mean that that's all the drops are going to come like that, going to be like that. Not much has come in lately, though. Oh, thank you to George Harrison Ford. George says that on these market sites, these prediction markets, things has nothing to do with the results of the local election. Well, again, it's just, it doesn't determine the results, but people are presumably putting, when you look at the odds, you're getting the sentiment of the people who are, the odds change depending on how the money's coming in. So whether the odds accurately reflect the state of the race just depends on whether people who are putting money on it are making accurate assessments of what they're seeing and what's going to happen. So we'll have to see, Just have to see how things play out, and it could take a while. Thanks, George Harrison Ford. It's Dave, just Dave says tonight is now this morning. Gary says, how can Hilton lose the lead now? Because the second half of the votes is supposed to be more Democratic. And Steyer is a more left-wing than Becerra. So, but if the votes, he can lose if basically if Steyer leads him. For example, if Steyer beats Hilton by more than Hilton beats Steyer so far, but as I've been saying all night, lots of different outlets said that the latter votes are supposed to be more Democratic in this race. So that would mean Hilton would be doing worse. Thanks Brock Purdy the Great, who thinks Pratt can win easily if he wrecks Bass in the debates. She can hide, but she has to show up to at least 5 to 7 debates. I don't know if she was in a race with Pratt, if she would want to do 5 to 7 debates. My guess is she'd want to do fewer debates. But look, we don't know for sure that Pratt's going to be one of the top 2. We'll have to see. I have to eat. So I'm leaving the stream up because, who knows? Votes are supposed to keep coming in. It's really a glacial pace right now, but maybe things will pick up. So slow. But hold on a second here. So we're going to leave the stream going. If there's some huge thing that happened while I'm eating, I'll stop eating and rush in here. I don't necessarily anticipate that happening. But after I eat, assuming nothing huge happens while I'm eating, after I eat, I'll come back and we'll talk about what we're seeing. Thank you so much, Rita R64. Rita R64, thanks for the memberships. That's so nice of you. I appreciate everybody staying up late. Thanks, Dirty Toxin, for the membership, for the gift sub on Twitch. But both of the from the elections experts I'm seeing, Raman is expected to be catching up to Pratt by how much we don't know, and Steyer is expected to be catching up to Hilton by how much we don't know. But that is expected to happen. And some analysts think that both of them could actually, they have a decent chance of catching up when it's all said and done. All right, so let me go. I'm taking a meal break, but I'm gonna leave the stream on. You can chat in the thanks to our moderators who are still here. I really appreciate it. You can chat in the chat rooms. So Steve is taking a meal break. He'll be back shortly. How's that? How's that? And I'll leave the Decision Desk HQ numbers. The Votes beta platform with Decision Desk HQ. You can find that at votes.decisiondeskhq.com. I will leave the Decision Desk HQ live numbers up there. So slow. A few votes came in, by the way. I got to write down, trickled in the governor race because it was 57-something% before. So right now, Hilton is leading Steyer by 370, roughly 372K. And then Pratt is leading Raman by roughly 31,100. All right, so I will be back, but I appreciate people being here, and we'll keep covering this for you. And I'll leave the numbers up, and I'll be back in a little bit after I eat. Hey, I just want to mention I haven't started eating yet, but I just saw some votes come in the mayor race. So about what about 17,000 votes came in, and Raman is now she's caught up by like a couple hundred votes. Instead of being down by 31,100, she's down by about 30,009 something. So not that much of a difference, but she caught up a little bit more. Anyways, I just wanted to mention that. I have to. I'm gonna go eat, but I'll be back. Hello to the people still with us. This count is not going fast because when I was eating, right as I started eating, the numbers in the mayor number went up to like 416, and it's still there. Yeah, this is slow. I don't know how much longer I'm going to wait for this. We'll stay on for a little bit, but it's 3:52 a.m. here. But my experiment was to eat and see what happened while I ate. Well, there was not a lot of updating. We have the political diehards in the chat now watching. By the way, it's not a surprise. California is notorious about taking a long time to count. But I didn't know. I mean, there is supposed to be more votes coming in overnight, but I didn't know what the pace of it was going to be. But it's really slow. I will say it is interesting that for hours and hours, like if you look at the last day on Kalshi, Spencer Pratt was highly favored over Nithya Raman. But now they're basically even. About a couple hours ago, when some additional votes started going in and she started catching up a little bit, that changed. So the Kalshi odds are now roughly even on Pratt and Raman, for whatever that's worth. And then on oh, and just so you know, something very similar happened on Poly Market as well. So Poly Market has a market which is first round, second place. And before about 2 a.m., Pratt was highly favored, and then it just collapsed around 2 a.m., and now they're about even. So the same thing happened on both. But what happened is some of these counties started coming in where she was catching up some. So again, whatever you think of the betting markets, on Kalshi and Poly Market right now, they're basically Raman and Pratt are basically even as to who will come in second place. And then also, for what it's worth, if you look at Kalshi for the California governor primary advancers, Hilton is like, Becerra is at roughly 98, Hilton 83%, and Steyer 24%. For whatever it's worth. I did see a post by an elections expert, Zachary Danini with VoteHub. He said that for Steyer to catch up and get one of the top two spots, he would need to run around 18 points ahead of Hilton in late mail. He didn't say that's impossible. He said that's difficult to do. Although Ellis Bates from VoteHub said he thought Steyer needed to beat Hilton by about 14% in late mail. But then Danini posted like an hour after him. Anyways. This hasn't updated. No, they keep these updating. Maybe the person running the website fell asleep. No, it's just this is what happens. Now, some sites might have different things, might be getting in different numbers. But I will say, someone mentioned the New York Times. They're slightly ahead on the New York Times. Well, they might have different counties. They're a little bit ahead in front of a few more votes in than the on the governor's race. Yeah, their numbers are a bit different. The weird thing on the New York Times one, the New York Times for mayor, the Raman number is the same and the Bass number is the same, but the Spencer Pratt number is different. I don't know why that is. That's confusing. On the New York Times, Spencer Pratt number is like 7,000 votes higher. But the Raman number and the Bass number is the same. So I don't know how that ends up happening. That I can't say. So, but Raman is supposed to get closer and Steyer is supposed to get closer. And it's unclear if either of them will be able to catch up. But on the major betting markets, Raman and Pratt are about even as to who will get second place. I mean, if it's really close in one of these races, it could take a long time because mail-in ballots counted that are postmarked by today, as long as they're received by a week from now, they get counted. So if it's really close, it could take a long time. Truth Unsocial is watching from Ireland. Hey, thanks Sean Ryder. Did I thank Sean Ryder before? Sean says Hilton is winning tonight. Tomorrow he will lose. What does that tell you once the ballots are counted? Well, as I've said many times, it was expected that the later votes would be more Democratic than the earlier votes. I haven't heard any update on the Bakersfield standoff, so I'll check and see if the police posted anything. The last update Bakersfield police posted was 3 hours ago. So there's still negotiations apparently going on with a man holding some hostages at a bank in Bakersfield, but no one's been hurt yet. JJ Abu says, people in chat tracking a California election for the first time, I see. It's funny, we have a lot of viewers from Europe now because we're on at 4 in the morning in the Eastern time. Will Jace 81 is here. I'm going to give it a couple more minutes. Oh, some more votes came in. Hold on. More votes came in the LA race. Okay. So about 18,000 more votes came in. Now, Pratt actually extended his lead. Now, I don't know the breakdown of these. Was it a batch from a neighborhood, more from neighborhoods that are naturally more favorable to Pratt? I don't know. I don't have that breakdown. But about 18,000 votes came in, and you can see that the Pratt was winning by about 31,000, and now he's up by about 33,000. So he actually picked up a couple thousand votes in that on Raman in that latest batch. That doesn't mean every batch is going to be like that, but that did happen. And from what I just saw that, and from what I can tell, it's about 55 or so % of the vote in right now. And I'm sorry the percentage isn't displaying on Decision Desk. I don't know why it's not. Let me see if any of the elections experts are commenting on that. I wonder, did that change the odds? Yeah, so, well, it's interesting. I will say this, that right now I'm looking at Kalshi, and Raman is actually now favored on Kalshi over Spencer Pratt. At least that's what I'm seeing to advance. By a little bit, just by a little bit. Pratt is slightly a favorite on Polymarket. Now, I do wonder, though, I'll say this too. I'm looking at this I should have said earlier. I feel negligent for not saying this. So I'm looking at the Kalshi market, who will advance in the Los Angeles mayoral election. It says the volume is roughly $1.2 million. So, I mean, somebody could, if somebody puts, I guess some thousands of dollars or something on, I mean, it seems like that could sway things. My point is, that kind of, conceivably, someone could swing the market a bunch by putting some money on, but it's not the hugest volume. And on the Poly market, who will win first round, second place? The volume, it says, is 70,000. So my point is, if there's more money on that market, then it's going to take more money to swing the odds. No, and they're not sponsoring me for this. I'm just, I'm mentioning it because it's interesting. And in a time where we have very little information, I think it's interesting to mention, Now, there might be other markets. So for example, there might be other mayor markets, that have more money on them. I haven't looked at all the markets, but Now Eric the actor says, are they usually right? And I can't tell you that. I don't know. And then Steyer right now is down by he's losing to Hilton by about 390,000 votes. Oh, did that go up? I think it did. The thing is, though, If we can talk about the governor's race for a second. Here, hold on. For the ease of doing this, let me just do this. Obviously, California polls are already closed. But for the ease of doing this, let me just do this. Take this. Put this here. What did I do here? What did I do here? Yeah, so this is the California governor race here, but I wanted to just show you the counties for a second if I can. If you look at estimated votes remaining, this is where the votes are still out from. This is for the governor's race. This is not for the mayor's race. So 65%, sorry, about 600,000 votes remaining. By far the most is from LA County, and that's probably going to be favorable. Well, even in LA County in the early vote there, Steyer was still trailing Hilton, but that might be good for Steyer. San Diego, I mean, I don't know how much the later vote will differ from the earlier vote. So I can't really look at this and tell you, LA is very Democratic. Democratic registration, 3 million to 1 million. San Diego, more Democrats than Republicans, 800,000 to 550,000. Sacramento, almost twice as many Democrats than Republicans. Santa Clara, several times, 3 times as many roughly Democrats than Republicans. Orange is more even. But my point is a bunch of these, the top, these are pretty Democratic counties, and that's the top 4 votes remaining counties. Then San Francisco is there. That's obviously going to be very Democratic. So there's counties where you could imagine Steyer doing well in. But who knows when these votes are going to be reported in. But, in terms of the remaining votes, it drops off from these. Let's go back to, oops, now I did it. Now I really messed things up. Oh, I was going to see if any of the elections analysts had any new observations. So Ellis Bates, who is with VoteHub, he says the late mail, which is about 45% of the total votes, is likely to break heavily Democratic. Just so you know. I guess I should say Democrat. When I say Democratic in that sense, I mean Democrat. One of the viewers commented on that. Hey, thanks, the Ringa X. The Ringa X says, when one expands, you can see bid ask on Kalshi. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Billy Cusack. That's really nice of you. And Billy also gave 10 people memberships. Hey, thanks, Billy. Make sure you thank Billy if you got a membership. Thanks, Billy. That's really nice of you. Thanks also, Marsha Lynn. Thanks, Marsha's brother, for telling Marsha about the channel. Marsha Lynn, that's very nice of you. No, the oh, percentages under the map. Hold on, I don't see it. One of the viewers said that it's under here. Where's the counties? Where's the counties? Oh, there's no counties. Sorry, this is being difficult here. Oh, I see. You know what? I didn't see this before, although, right. So it says counties Los Angeles. So because there's only one county, we can see the number. Our viewers said, oh, if you scroll down, you can see that it's 60% in. That's good to know. It should say it up here, and it just doesn't. But that is helpful that you can go down and see what it. So it's saying about 60% of the vote is in. Although, I don't know, because it's saying 60% of LA County is in. But some of LA County is, it's kind of confusing. Let me just see. I've seen some different numbers. The New York Times thinks that, in terms of, just to give you a sample, they believe that %56 is in. Oh, they said AP thinks that. Yeah, so I don't know. I've seen some different numbers out there for what percent of the vote is in LA. And the LA Times thinks it's about 56%. But thanks for mentioning that. I don't know, guys. I'm thinking at the rate this is going, maybe it'll be preferable to try to take a break now, and then we could always do a stream later if it's still being counted. But I mean, I have no inside information on when stuff's going to be counted, but it doesn't seem to be going that fast. Maybe we can do a poll. How do I do a poll without it being a popularity contest, though? We'll do it to do it. I feel like people have been watching it. Hopefully, you can vote in the poll beyond your preferences. We'll just do one for the second. Who will come in second? Assuming Bass wins, which seems like a safe bet at this point. So there's Pratt and Raman. We'll ask it. Who will come in second? Please vote based on what you really think and not based on your preference. All right, I'm posting that right now. Oh, thanks to Melting Ice Forever, California voter. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if I thought that these votes were going to be coming in at a good pace, I'd be like, let's just keep watching them. But it's very slow. So let's see here. But I'm going to post the poll on Twitch now. We'll see what you guys say. Again, it's who will come in second in the LA mayor primary and move on? Pratt or Raman? I got to post it on Facebook now. I said it. The other thing we could do, I don't know if I want to do this. The other thing to do is just to leave the stream up and then to check in if something happens. I don't really like leaving the stream up when I go to sleep, though. But we'll see. By the way, thanks, Brock Purdy the Great. Have you researched? You mentioned the recall election? The Gray Davis recall election? I gotta show the poll results. Yes, in 2003 there was a recall election. He was the first governor recalled in the history of California in 2003. And that resulted in voters replacing incumbent Democratic Governor Gray Davis with Arnold Schwarzenegger, a Republican. Yes, as Brock Purdy the Great mentioned. I remember that. I would have to read up to really remember about that. I don't really remember much specific about that. Hey, let's see here. Let's show you the poll results. Thank you, Brock Purdy the Great. Let's show you the poll results. I said, who will come in second in the primary? Uh, 85% on YouTube said Pratt. And then it's 50-50 on Facebook, for whatever that's worth. It's 50-50 on Facebook. And then on Twitch, what do we got? Wow, big difference. $50-50. 53% Pratt to 47 Raman. 56-44. Some votes coming in. Who knows? Maybe like later today, it won't be that much more counted, and we will cover this more. Now Twitch is up to 65% Pratt, 35% Raman. Thanks to Mr. Mac for subscribing on Twitch and Cookie Mayor for subscribing on Twitch. Bitcoin is at 66,975. I'm just keeping an eye on Bitcoin. It has gone down a bunch recently. Just to do it, I'm keeping an eye on it. All right, so why don't we do this? Again, I'm going to be following this, but at this point, I have no reason to think votes are going to come in really fast. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's really worth leaving the stream up at this point. I don't like leaving things up and just abandoning it when nothing's really happening. It's not really the channel. Thanks, Brock Purdy the Great. Yes, we have talked about Bakersfield numerous times on the stream. That standoff is still going on. A man at a bank in Bakersfield holding some people hostage. He has released 2 hostages. He claimed he had a bomb at some point. I don't know how that developed. And they are still negotiating with him. Thank you, Brock Purdy the Great. I really appreciate that. It's nice of you. Yeah, I wish I had a schedule, but it's been so slow. To show you how slow it's been, I'm going to go back in the stream. Back in well, about 3.5 hours ago, there were 372,000 votes counted. About 3.5 hours ago, there were 372,000 votes counted in the mayor race. Now there's 436. Yeah, it's just kind of steady over time. And about an hour ago, there were about 400,000. Now there's 436. So DPA Art thinks it will be updated at 3 Cali time. Where are you getting that information from? There is, what is it? There's a rocket alert in northern Israel. Probably rockets fired from Hezbollah in northern Israel. Right. It's in and around Kiryat Shimona, northern Israel, near the Lebanon border. So I'll keep an eye on that situation. And just so you know, Israel is still striking in southern Lebanon, even though they held off on hitting Beirut. So just to show you here. This is from, you can't even see it, but hold on. So much stuff on the screen. You can see that was just posted by the Israeli military. They've been posting, that's not the first time in the last day they've done this, but they say that there's some towns and villages in southern Lebanon, and you got to evacuate. And Hezbollah has been violating the ceasefire, and we're going to attack these places in these areas. So there is fighting still going on between Israel and Hezbollah. But they did hold off on attacking Beirut. So something we'll keep an eye on. JB says the mail-ins will take as long as they take. And we had a number of people in our chat who said, I voted today. I dropped my ballot off today. So those aren't going to get counted right away, presumably. Especially if they mailed them. Well, if they dropped them off even, I don't know how long that's going to take. Yeah, at this point, I don't think it's necessarily worth leaving the stream up because it could be up for 3 more hours and you could have very little change. So yeah, Gary says, let's wrap it up. I guess I can always come back on if things start going about faster, I can always come back on and do another. Nothing's stopping me from doing another stream. But yeah, let me start saying the good night stuff, but we'll keep an eye while we're doing that. Hey, I really appreciate you joining us for our coverage. If you missed it, we watched a bunch of the candidates speak. We did do that. You can rewind and watch that. So Karen Bass is in. Presumably Becerra is in, but that hasn't even been called. Will Steyer catch up to Hilton, and will Raman catch up to Pratt is the question. But I really appreciate people being here, and I enjoyed watching the results coming in so far. And what else? Hey, subscribe and follow the channel if you want. Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. I will post updates on my X account too. Look, X. Oh, you can't even see. My X account is @Lookner. @Lookner. There it is. Under all that stuff. I'll post the link in the chat, but I'll post updates on X. And give me a sec here. But again, I appreciate people tuning in. Thanks for sending in updates and letting me read your comments on the year. And for those people who post in the chat, thanks for doing that. Hey, I want to shout out our moderators. Moderators, can you believe we still have moderators here? Amazing. Ruth is still here. Thank you so, Ruth. Danny James popped in. Hey, Danny, good to see you. Thanks for moderating. Donnie Davio doing some moderating too. Thank you. And all of our other mods who were here earlier too. That's really nice of you. They're all on YouTube. But thank you so much. On Twitch, moderating. Idaho Star, I got that fire over there right now, and all of our other Twitch mods. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And our Facebook mods. Oops, I didn't end the poll on Facebook. Kay Lowry, Body's been over there. Paul Anderson. Darren Charlo, thank you. Yeah, Jennifer Chauvin says ballots mailed today will not be counted. Too late for USPS new rules on postmark. Is that true? I have no idea. I don't know if people who mailed ballots today could get them postmarked by today. They have to be postmarked by today. Thanks, Bears Wid Films, who says we got another batch of votes. I didn't see it in the mayor's race. Did some come in the? Did some votes come in the governor's race? I think about 6,000 votes came in. About 6,000 votes. It went from 60.23 estimated to 60.31. So it's not a huge amount. But thanks for letting me know. Thanks, Bayer's Wid Films. It looks like of that latest batch, can't even tell. Steyer got like a 800 and Becerra got what? 1300, and Hilton got in the latest batch like 1900. So maybe that was a county. Looks like a county that was favorable for Hilton. Dr. McRib says, we become too impatient. Sometimes things take time. Thank you again to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody who supported the channel tonight. So nice of you guys. Really, really nice of you. And I really appreciate that. Your support is what allows the channel to exist. So huge thanks. Hopefully I thanked everybody. I think I did. I think I got everybody. And again, if I thought that in 2 hours or 3 hours this will be over, I'd stay on the air. But I just, from everything I've read, I don't have any confidence in that. And the fact that that ballots will be counted as they show up over the next week, as long as they're postmarked. We know that. Bayers thinks it'll be updated around 2-ish Pacific time. Let's see. Maybe we'll end up covering this more as things develop. Karcher Run says you'll be on until the weekend. Lola says it'll take a few days. Hey, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, our Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's free. It's the same link as the free online notifications link. Oh, I didn't tell you about that. I would suggest sign up for notifications for our channel, because you never know when big news is going to happen, and we're going to come on the air to cover it. And I don't know that in advance when breaking news is going to happen. But if you sign up for our free notifications, you will always get a notification early to tell you we're going live. That's free, and the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat. Also, if you go to the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, you'll find the notification sign up link in there. But I would definitely recommend sign up for the notifications. And also, we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers for free when we're not live, the Discord chat, which a bunch of our viewers like doing. It's the same link as the free notifications link. You can check out the chat if you want. Check out the Discord chat. Big thanks to our Discord mods who mod over on Discord. Also, if you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turning on the YouTube notifications. Ruth says, come join us on Discord. So for the YouTube notifications, very easy. Well, can you see this here? Let's see. There you go. Subscribe to the channel, then click on the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click on the bell and choose all notifications to get the YouTube notifications. Okay. Get back here. Oops. And let's see. Shout out to, I didn't do this before. I should have. I didn't shout out our Facebook subscribers before. But thanks to all the subscribers on Facebook who subscribe. Brian Daviow, Diane Allworth, Kristen McConnell Gates, Kay Lowry Body, and more. All of our Facebook subscribers, huge thanks. And our Twitch subscribers, Hugh J, Gina Pina, Wall Street Shaggy, Steve God. Thank you. Allistic, the Sugaro, Mr. Mac. Thanks. And all of our other Twitch subscribers are YouTube members. Oh, a few votes came in. Hey, some more votes came in. About 6,000 more votes came in, or what, about 8,000 came in? 8,000 came in for the mayor race. So what happened? Raman is now down by about 34,500. So that went up a bit, I think. Am I right? Let's see. I'm going to tell you. Of the latest batch of votes that just came in, so Raman got about 1,800. Pratt got about more. Pratt got about 3,000. Raman got about 1,800. And Bass got about 2,000. So about 2,000 for Bass, about 1,800 for Pratt, and about 1,800 for Raman, around 1,800 for Pratt. No, now I'm confusing myself. Raman got about 1,800. Bass got about 2,000, and Pratt got about 3,000. That was the latest batch, because I can see the old numbers right in front of me. So of the new batch, which was about 6,000 or so, maybe more, 7,500. Again, just eyeballing it, it looks like Raman got about 1,800, Bass got about 2,000, and Pratt got about 3,000. Now, obviously, that's not going to help Raman catch up. That's Raman falling further behind. I cannot speak to where in LA those came from, whether there's a reason those votes will not be maybe those are from a part of LA that's quite more favorable to Pratt. I don't know. But Pratt did just extend his lead a little bit with that drop. And just so you know, we're talking about, roughly speaking, about maybe 57% of the vote in at this point. Wonder if that changed the odds at all. Looking at the prediction market sites to see if anything changed in the last few minutes. I don't know how long it takes them to update if people start putting money on. But anyways, that last batch of about 7,000 votes is not going to help Raman. I was thanking some of our YouTube members, Dr. McRib Cac, Crypto King, Marisol Del Valle, Lola PQ, Dr. McRib, all of our other YouTube members, and our other viewers too. Here by Nico says, come on, Pratt. Dinkdu says, so who won? Well, it's the top two in each, so we don't know for sure yet. First thinks that Hilton is making headway bit by bit. Thanks to Greg for watching. Greg I4F. Steelers fan as well. Oh, thanks to Charles just became a member. Charles Martinez. Thanks, Charles. Breaking news. Thanks, Charles. I appreciate that. Welcome to being a member. Thank you. Hold on a second here. Thanks, Brian Shy and Christy Claft for watching. And Heather Lorscheider. And Rosemary Parkinson. And everybody else on Facebook. Thank you, Chipo Topley for watching too. And Tizkey, thank you. And Iceman7 and Babster. All right, guys, I think it's time. Who knows? Oh, by the way, just updated about Israel. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says a suspected Hezbollah drone was launched from Lebanon. Lebanon was intercepted by Israeli air defense. All right, so we'll keep an eye on this. You know, I can always come back on if there's huge breaking news, but certainly the pace we've seen so far does not suggest very soon we'll know who won. I think some more votes trickled in the governor race. But I'll keep an eye on it. All right. PDA says, wish Nithya was in a better position. All right, so who knows? Maybe we'll have more coverage later on these two elections. We'll see how things go. If in an hour I see that lots of votes are coming in and it's getting really close, I promise you will come on the air. Unless I'm sleeping, but I'll keep an eye on it for a little while. So I'm not going to abandon it if things change really soon, but my guess is going to take a while. Okay, so that is it now. Thank you for watching our coverage, at least so far, of the LA mayor and California governor primaries. Possibly more coverage on this as things keep developing. And we'll see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.